Meeting. We are going to begin this morning with a flag salute, and Mr. Underwright, would you lead us in the flag salute today? Sorry, I didn't give him a notice.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will now move to our consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to pull off consent? And anyone in the public who would like to pull anything off of consent? All right, I'll bring it back for action.
Madam Chair, may I make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
And I'll second.
Moved by Gustafson, seconded by Jones. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Oh, it's fine. It doesn't recall it.
There's no budget item.
There's no budget item.
Okay,
We're good.
and no abstentions. We will now move to our 9 a.m. timed item, fiscal year 26-27 department budget presentations.
Well, good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Daniel Vick, your County Budget and Fiscal Officer, joined again today by Barbara McAllister, your Assistant County Budget and Fiscal Officer, to open up the fiscal year 26-27 department budget presentations. Before we get started today, we just wanted to extend our gratitude to all of our departments presenting over the next 2 days. We sincerely appreciate their hard work and commitment to our countywide budget process, and I know that our team's looking forward to their presentations. Okay, so first, taking a quick look once again at the budget development process timeline. At this point, we're moving towards the end of our budget development process. At the beginning of the process, our team incorporated preliminary feedback received from your board at the budget workshop into the budget. That workshop was followed by the mid-year update delivered to your board in March. At that meeting, our team provided an update on the financial condition of the county and briefly provided an update on the fiscal year 26-27 budget development process. Over the next 2 days, we're giving our departments the opportunity to discuss their submitted budgets with your board and cover some of their key issues and priorities at these department budget presentations. Following any feedback we receive today and tomorrow, our budget team will work to finalize the recommended budget over the next few weeks. And once complete, our team will be returning to your board for the public hearing of the recommended budget on June 9th, with formal adoption of the budget taking place on June 30th. At the budget workshop, our team presented our budget priorities as we rolled into budget development for fiscal year 26-27. Overall, these priorities stayed consistent with previous budget cycles and included, first and foremost, to deliver a balanced budget for your board's approval in June. For the second bullet, we prioritized funding our current service levels first in the budget before considering new requests. We evaluated new staffing requests throughout the fiscal year and periodically brought updated allocation ordinances to your board for approval. Those positions that have been previously approved by your board have been incorporated into the fiscal year 26-27 budget and will be discussed in each department's budget presentations over the next 2 days. For the fourth bullet, we include funding to maintain the capital facilities and equipment that the county currently owns. And finally, we continue to plan for and maintain reserve balances for new capital facility and equipment needs. In order to accomplish our priorities for the upcoming budget cycle and for future periods, our office prepares long-term forecasts for many of the major funds of the county. This is the long-term forecast for the general fund that was presented to your board on March 25th at the mid-year fiscal update. As discussed during the mid-year fiscal update, the general fund is projected to be fiscally stable and continue to carry sufficient fund balances to meet all the board's budget policies. This projection included planned use of fund balance over the next couple of budget cycles to fund major capital project contributions within the county, with the primary use of fund balance expected to be for the upfront contributions to the Placer Parkway project. Again, expected contributions to capital projects in this model were $63 million over the next 2 upcoming budget cycles. and these contributions are expected to draw down a significant majority of capital reserves maintained in the general fund. This chart was also shown at the mid-year update. Again, this chart excludes one-time capital contributions and just focuses on projected general fund operating expenditures and revenues over the next several years. As the chart showed, general fund estimated revenues are expected to be sufficient to cover our operating expenditures through fiscal year 27-28. Again, our hope is that our projections are a bit on the conservative side, but the main point that we illustrated is that the general fund is likely stable moving forward. However, as we move into these department presentations, our office does expect limited capacity for program expansions, new debt service, or other items that may be considered by the board in future periods without seeing an unexpected increase in revenues. And now to bring your board back up to speed with budget development for fiscal year 26-27, the fiscal year 26-27 base budget, or the target budget, was delivered to county operating departments in January. The budgets were delivered to departments in balance at the fund level. For the general fund, the budget assumed a $19.4 million increase in estimated revenues and a $17.2 million net increase in expenditures and transfers. The general fund budget was rolled out to departments for budget preparation with a small $245,000 surplus. And as a note, the fiscal year 25-26 general fund budget was adopted with a $2 million use of fund balance related to capital project contributions. So that makes up the delta that you see between revenues and expenditures there. Following the development of our base budget, which was released to departments in January, the departments had several weeks to review and adjust their budgets. Their adjustments represent the department requested budgets that you will be hearing about over the next 2 days. For fiscal year 26-27, departments overall made an amazing attempt to balance their budgets to those target budgets delivered by our office and were able to maintain that small surplus in the general fund. For the most part, expenditure increases experienced by departments were matched to expected revenue growth, representing a strong effort by our departments to realize our county's overall financial goals. Some of the items included in the department submitted budgets are shown here in the slide and include property tax growth assumptions set at 5%, and updated revenue figures for other major sources like sales taxes based on up-to-date forecasted figures. We've updated general fund contributions to other county operating funds and have included all approved positions through the Q2 allocation ordinance update previously approved by your board. And finally, we've updated assumptions for known drivers for personnel costs and other expenditures of the county for the continuance of county operations. Although it looks like we're in good shape to pass a balanced budget, over the next few days you'll hear about some department priorities that may require funding not currently available in this version of the budget. And following any feedback received by your board over the next 2 days, those priorities can be incorporated into the budget as available funding is identified. Over the next 2 days again, departments will be discussing the funded positions included in their department submitted budgets. From the adoption of the fiscal year 25-26 budget to the fiscal year 26-27 department submitted budget, funded position counts have increased from 2,938 positions up to 2,975 funded positions countywide, or an increase of 37 positions. That represents about a 1.3% increase year over year in the funded count of positions, which has been consistent with the average growth in positions over the past several budget cycles. Overall, expenditures included in all budgetary funds of the county for the department submitted budgets have increased by about $111.3 million over the current year adopted budget. Total expenditures in the department submitted budgets totaled about $1.7 billion across all funds, including operating funds, proprietary funds, county service areas, and special districts. The department submitted budget included an increase in expenditures for county operating funds of about $106 million. This includes an increase of about $26.4 million in salaries and benefits across all operating funds. It also includes an increase of $33.5 million in services and supplies, of which $23 million is due to the Correctional Services Proprietary Fund, closing and moving the expenses into the Public Safety Fund. And also, there's a net increase of about $10 million in contributions to other funds, and those are going to be primarily the general fund contributions out to other county operating funds. Capital and road fund expenditures are up by about $10.2 million in the department submitted budgets. The net increase will be a mix of project expenditures going in and out of the budget based on the timing of projects, but the largest difference will be for the planned project expenditures for the Placer Parkway project. There's a net decrease of about $5.9 million in county proprietary funds. Again, the decrease is due to the Correctional Service Fund operations moving into the Public Safety Fund for fiscal year 26-27. And in the department submitted budgets, there's also an increase of about $14 million. I'm sorry, $700,000 in county service area budgets. At this point, once again, the budget should be considered as a draft, and adjustments will be made to these figures as we move towards completing the CEO recommended budget for your review in June.
Quick question before you move on.
Yep.
I was writing some notes and I missed it. You said something about public safety funds and the variance. What was that number?
Yeah, so for fiscal year 26-27, the Correctional Service Fund was a proprietary fund or an internal service fund. That fund was closed. It was deemed not to be appropriate to be classified as an internal service fund. And so the full operations moved into the Public Safety Fund. So typically when we talk about the operating budget of the county, proprietary funds aren't included in that figure because they're internal service funds. So you're going to see a large jump in services and supplies due to that move of about, I think it was $23.5 million, but that's just moving operations from one fund to another with no net impact to the county.
Okay, so there's about $23 million in there?
$23 million, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Dan, if I can correct that, that's not fund balance, correct? Those are the actual operating expenditures
Operating
for
expenditures.
correctional services,
Yeah.
like food services.
Just extra money. So what is then the fund balance? Public safety fund balance?
The Public Safety Fund balance
Yeah.
due to that
Yeah.
transfer, that transfer is net zero. The operating revenues go along with it, but this slide's only showing expenditure transfers.
Okay.
Daniel,
Checking to see how much money we have.
Madam Chair, I had a question too. If you could go back to slide 5.
Slide 5.
As we look at that gap, I mean, we had a good surplus early on, and now as we narrow that gap, those drivers are really important for our public to understand and our staff to understand. That often when we're looking more closely at expenditures, we've gone from that $40 million number to 6 or 7, I didn't add it up, 7. When you project forward, have you looked beyond 27, 28 at all?
We have the operating gap obviously will close the further we move out and
Right.
with forecasted figures. You know, typically we don't want to show that far out because as the forecast moves out, it becomes less clear and we get more conservative on the financial side of the house. So it's meant to not cause alarm, but just make the public aware that the gap is getting smaller and closing.
Right, and I spent yesterday down in Sacramento where, you know, they're facing pretty significant cuts and everything in forest health and many of the issues we've been talking about. And so I do get concerned that we keep an eye on this very closely. Obviously, that's your job, but that, you know, we continue to educate our public on the need for some of the projects and programs we've been working so hard for on economic development and growth so that we don't have that,
Absolutely.
you know, get too much narrow. And that trend is pretty clear when you look at that visual, so.
Yeah, again, we hope that this is conservative. We tend to be more conservative on the financial side of the house. And, you know, we do hear scrutiny out in the county that we always say it's going to be tight, and it ends up being a larger surplus than we expect. But we do plan on the conservative side and hope that we're erring on the side of caution.
Well, based on what the Senate and Assembly staffers were, their attitude yesterday, I'm very thankful that we budget conservatively and then can look at continuing our operations without dramatic cuts and shifts in what's going on. So,
Absolutely. That's our goal, too.
I know
Yeah.
it's your goal, and I just want to affirm that I appreciate it. I know all the board does, that we're in that position because of those practices. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else before? Okay. Okay, with that, here's a look at what you can expect to see in each of the department's presentations over the next 2 days. Departments will begin by providing an overview of how their budget is structured within their departments. This is based on how their financials are structured and not representative of their personnel reporting structure established in each of their respective department. They'll then provide some background on their recent accomplishments and emerging issues that may impact budget submissions in future periods, followed by a review of select performance measures that provide some context to the overall story of their budget submission. And finally, they'll provide an overview of the financial information and position information for their upcoming budget presentation. As you may have noticed, some of these charts have changed the way that they're being presented. This was to be kind of early adopters to meet the ADA accessibility requirements. So in the next few slides, I'll give you a few examples of how the charts are displayed now to prepare you all for the department budget presentations. And beginning first, the first slide you'll see for each department is a much simplified version of the department's budget structure. This slide is intended to give the board some context of the department's budgetary financial structure and to illustrate in some way their internal budget development process. The presentations will include a pie chart that will break down the full department's expenditures and revenues. I wanted to use this slide in particular to highlight a nuance you might see in these department presentations this year. On occasions like this, departments may have a negative expenditure included in their budget that will be represented as a slice of the pie chart. These negative expenditures are typically for contra expenditures, reimbursements, cost allocations, or for intra-fund transfers, similar to what you see here in this pie chart. But due to the nature of how pie charts display information, it might be a little unusual to have a negative number making up the chart. So we just thought we would highlight that here. It is important to include these figures, though, to get to the total expenditures and revenue figures as displayed in the bottom left corner of these slides. Department budget presentations, like in previous years, will include a year-over-year look at revenue and expenditures for each significant budgetary fund of the department. These slides, again, will look slightly different from prior years to meet those accessibility requirements. Expenditures now will be represented with the blue bars with kind of a checkered pattern that's hard to see up on that screen there, and revenues will be represented by the solid green bars. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any more questions before we get started with our first department, the Sheriff's Office. Okay.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, CEO Chatney, County Counsel Cook. Pleasure to be here, your Sheriff Wayne Wu, to talk about the Sheriff's Office budget. I would have to note for the record, though, so it's not held against me or my budget, that Daniel Vick took 6 of my minutes. So if I go over, it's not my fault. Before I get started, I just want to say how much I appreciate the collaborative nature and the cooperation of our CEO and the budget team and our analyst, Amanda, working with our team to get this budget adopted. And I was unfortunately in Los Angeles last week at the State Sheriff's Annual Conference. But I want to say that, that life is always better when you have some context. And talking to my peers down there and hearing what they're going through with their budgets and how their boards are helping to solve some of the shortfalls with some federal cuts and things like that just make me extremely appreciative of some of the conservative modeling that Placer County has always done, and more importantly, your board's priority to maintain public safety and keep public safety as a top priority in our county. So let's see. So obviously our budget structure, we have a fairly complex budget with 3 major funds. Our biggest fund is the Public Safety Fund, and then we also have the Inmate Welfare Fund and the DMV Special Collections Fund. The Public Safety Fund, there's 7 cost centers. Those are our grants, Tahoe, protection prevention, administration, support services, the Auburn Jail and the South Placer Jail, and then below that are 52 programs. I think we moved straight into some of our accomplishments over the last fiscal year. Today is actually National Fentanyl Awareness Day, so we thought it would be appropriate to just talk about what's trending with fentanyl in Placer County. Not just the Sheriff's Office, there's many other county partners that have been working hard on the fentanyl crisis. And you can see the trend line has steadily decreased with overdose deaths. A trend not unlike we're seeing in other places of the state and nationally, but we continue to attack this head on with not just enforcement, but also education. We work very closely and collaboratively with the District Attorney's Office, with our dedicated opioid response team detective, and they recently had another conviction on a fentanyl dealer. Great job by the District Attorney's Office, and I think he was sentenced just on April 20th to 15 years to life. That team also is still focusing on the education component. Last week, we held the Right Choice program once again down in Loomis, where we educated just under 700 middle school kids from over 7 different schools in the lower part of the county on the dangers of fentanyl and drug use. And we will continue that mission. While you see that trend line going down, it is still definitely a concern of ours and a threat to our community. Just yesterday, we had 3 suspected fentanyl overdose deaths in our county in one day. So that was just yesterday. So when you see 12 all of last year, the crisis is still very real. Moving on, I'm going to highlight a little bit of our cold case investigation team. Really, it was stood up in 2023. We also partnered with our district attorney with this unit. We've had a lot of success. The Sheriff's Office has approximately, we say 80 cold cases. About 40 of them are unidentified John and Jane Does, and about the other 40 are unsolved homicides. Since standing up the unit, we have had 8 unidentified remains positively ID'd and been able to bring closure to the family and bring those loved ones home for proper burial services. We have had 1 homicide that is actually supposed to be a conviction, which was sentencing was this week, got postponed. That was from a 1992 case out of Meadow Vista area. And then I think you've all heard me talk about the costs that come with doing a lot of the DNA testing. The DNA technology is evolving so rapidly, it almost changes weekly, if not monthly. And unfortunately, what can happen in many of these cases is we can spend tens of thousands of dollars and not receive a hit, and the technology can evolve within 12 months, and we will need to spend that money again retesting some of that same evidence to try to get a hit and bring closure in some of these cases. Obviously, this week, we had a major accomplishment. We created a video that we were going to send out to the public this week asking for help, trying to identify the suspect and help us locate him. We had him identified, but there was a big break in the case on Friday. We made an arrest, and I have the video here to show you today on the Cindy Warner case out of Granite Bay.
Cindy Warner was a married woman with 2 young children. She was kidnapped in the middle of a day in November of 1991. She just disappeared from the face of the earth. She was found strangled to death and found in a very remote area.
Granite Bay is the kind of place where some still leave doors and blinds open.
It's just something that didn't happen in Granite Bay. It was shocking.
After more than 3 decades, we believe we know who is responsible for the murder of Cindy Warner.
Cindy Warner had gone to her sister's house to clean her house and took her 11-month-old child with her. Around lunchtime, she had put her child in a high chair at a kitchen table. Cynthia's husband arrived at the house with their 4-year-old daughter and found the 11-month-old.
The baby was still here in the same seat, still crying with the Cheerios.
Cindy Warner, devoted mother of 2, has disappeared without a trace.
Leaving her shoes, her coat, and her car at the scene.
The search pattern has fanned out in all directions from this Granite Bay command post. So far, they haven't found a thing.
She was found 3 weeks later, 300 feet off the roadway in a wooded area.
Investigators say the killer made no attempt to hide the body. Up to now, no tracks or clues have been found.
Police hope samples taken from the body will show them something.
Over the years, a huge amount of work was done on this case.
We had submitted numerous items and just kept getting blanks. And it was actually the last item we had submitted. Thankfully, due to the new technology, Contra Costa's forensic lab was finally able to get us a hit.
We've identified this individual as James Lawhead Jr. He was a sex offender, spent some time in prison for some sex crimes.
In 1980, he broke into the home of a grandmother and beat her unconscious and sexually assaulted a young child.
Was sentenced to 19 years in prison, was released after 11 years. This crime was committed 10 months after he was released. In 2005, he was arrested for a weapons charge, told an acquaintance that he believed he was going to go back to prison for the rest of his life and that he was going to disappear. And shortly after that, completely disappeared.
This man has been on the run for a long time. He has obviously taken great steps to avoid responsibility, to get away with the crimes he's committed. Cindy Warner and her family deserve answers. They've waited for 30-something years, and now it's time to bring this individual to justice and to hold him account for what he did to this family.
Detectives from the Placer County Sheriff's Office, with the assistance of the Bullhead City Police Department in Arizona, arrested the monster responsible for this crime. We hope that this arrest will help bring some justice to Cindy Warner's family, and we're keeping them all in our thoughts and prayers. I think that's just a spectacular accomplishment of the cold case team. Oh, thank you. I couldn't be more proud of the team, the collaboration with our district attorney's office, and the accomplishments that they made in this case, and I'm confident there's going to be more to come. This case actually has made international news. I just found out this morning it was highlighted in the main newspaper in London today. So, also established over this last fiscal year was the Placer County Cold Case Foundation. So, I don't know of any real frontline law enforcement agencies that have dedicated funding for a cold case unit. In 2023, when we started trying to allocate resources and any funding we could scrape by with and set aside to do some testing, we did. We started having some positive results, and as I would go around the community and speak to different service groups, I would tell the story about some of this testing, how much it costs, and some of the success we had. I'd had a generous member of the community donate a somewhat large sum of money to continue this work, and actually it was through his donations that solved that case and paid for the testing that you just saw. So hearing that, there were other leaders in our community that wanted to start this cold case foundation, and we've raised over $15,000 to date, and our first fundraiser is tomorrow night. So very excited about that, and I think with that funding, we'll be able to continue to do some phenomenal work. This is listed as an accomplishment. I think it's both. It's an accomplishment and a challenge, and that's South American theft groups, often referred to as Chilean theft groups. These are organized crime groups that are coming out of South America, some of them illegally, some of them on tourist visas and then staying. They are very sophisticated. They do pre-operational surveillance, sometimes for days, getting residents' patterns, behaviors. They use signal jamming devices to jam Wi-Fi and other signals when they're on site, so ring cameras and things like that won't capture any surveillance video. Many of them all have false identifications. They place hidden cameras to help with their pre-operational surveillance to monitor when people come and go from their homes. In one of the cases we had this year, we located that hidden camera down there in those pictures on the bottom, placed in some bushes. So they study their victims. This group that we arrested in this case was responsible for 10 burglaries with estimated loss of over $500,000. We arrested 6 and issued warrants for the other 2. These groups started popping up all over the country, really in Southern California. 2020 is about when they made their way up and started showing up in Placer County. In our county, in the unincorporated area, we estimate we've had 48 burglaries that were responsible for groups like these. And over that time, we've made 17 arrests. We've provided information out of those arrests to the FBI, and they were able to arrest 11 more subjects. But our losses within Placer County total over $2 million from these groups. We had a major narcotics operation this fiscal year called Operation Meltdown. It was an electronic intercept case, very complex, took a lot of man hours and manpower. Extremely proud of the work our detective unit did on this case. We took the case down on March 12th. In a coordinated multi-agency enforcement operation throughout our entire region. We hit 25 locations simultaneously. 20 suspects were arrested, and you can see some of the seizure amounts. Over 100 pounds of methamphetamine, 22 pounds of cocaine, 31 firearms, and $245,000 in cash. And I highlight this case only because this group had ties to the cartels out of Mexico, direct ties. They were also moving about 500 pounds of methamphetamine a month in the Placer and Sacramento counties. And once this case, these arrests happened, over the next couple of months, our narcotics unit and task forces were hearing through informants that there was a major disruption in the supply chain issue to Placer County. And narcotics were really hard to find based off of not just this case, but the message it sent. There were drug dealers that would refuse to come to Placer County and deliver narcotics anymore. And I believe it just highlights, yeah, thank you. I know it's something that I believe firmly in our quality of life, and being next to a major metropolitan area like Sacramento really depends on being a county of consequence and a county of law and order. And I know I operate my office that way, and I know our district attorney operates his office that way. And so I think it's music to our ears to hear that you guys feel the same way and it's working. We hear that not just in narcotics cases like in this, since we've taken this case down, but you hear it in other criminal activity and retail theft. Word is out not to come to Placer County. So we thought that was a highly successful
Can I ask a
arrest
quick question
and
on that?
operation.
That
Yes.
$245,000 in cash, what happens to that cash? Can it go to the Cold Case Foundation? Or
It will be used,
what
and
can you do with
it will
that?
go to Asset Seizure Fund, and it will have to go through the process to be used as asset seizure money. And then there are certain expenditures that could be used on cold cases towards it. There are limitations on what you can and cannot spend asset seizure money on.
Got it.
But it will come back to, a portion of it will come back to law enforcement here in our county and the sheriff's office. Here are some photos from some of the search warrant scenes from that day. And with that, I'll move to some of our emerging issues, challenges, and kind of priorities moving forward. Obviously, I think I highlight this one every year, and it's the Public Records Act requests. You can see the trends going, from 792, 948, over 1,200 in 2025, and I can just say it's crushing us at the sheriff's office. And these aren't just Public Records Act requests for a report. I mean, it's hundreds of hours of video. It's thousands of hours of work for our staff, and we do not have a dedicated unit, any dedicated personnel. And so we're regularly having conversations with the county executive's office on how we're going to handle this moving forward, and whether we need, some civilian staff that's just assigned to answer PRAs. It's not slowing down, but I will say I wanted to highlight some legislation that's out right now, proposed AB 1821, which the State Sheriff's Association has endorsed. And it is maybe the first, hopefully, attempt to reform some of the PRA laws. It exempts traditional media, but other PRA requests, it will have a caveat that if it's going to take over 2 hours, or you've created over 10 hours in a month, then we can charge a fee and recoup our costs. So I would ask the board to maybe entertain supporting and getting behind that legislation as a county. One of the other challenges we're facing this year has to be implemented by the end of the year was something that was passed last year, and that's AB 1108. It has to do with in-custody death investigations, and the fact that the legislature doesn't feel that any sheriff coroner can be trusted to do a pathology exam. And so they've required that if we have an in-custody death, we have to have the pathology done by a county that has a medical examiner or a private company. And I think you guys have heard us come up here enough times talking about the lack of, I think there's only a little over 300 pathologists in the country. And if you look at who's in medical school to become pathologists, it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse over time. So it causes a real challenge of what we're going to do. It is definitely a state mandate, and whether it was unfunded or funded, I just don't know how we're going to make it happen. We've sent requests. The only medical examiner's office near us is Sacramento County, and I think they're down to 1 or 2 pathologists because they can't hire any, and they cannot take on any more work. And we've sent a formal request in writing to enter into a contract so we can abide by AB 1108 and be in compliance with the law when we have an in-custody death, and they cannot fulfill that request. So we're trying to find other private entities and pathology companies outside of the one that we contract with now, and it's yet to be determined what that cost is going to be. So that will be a definitely impact to our budget. And then I want to talk about the West Placer growth continues to be a challenge. The sheriff's office breaks up the entire county into 17 beats. That area kind of in the West Roseville where a lot of Supervisor Gore's main part of her district, where a lot of our growth is occurring, is referred to as the Ocean Beat. In 2023, it was the 4th busiest beat out of 17. In 2024, it moved up to 3rd. In 2025, it moved up to second, and it had a year-over-year increase of 1,000 calls for service, or just under 1,000 calls for service. Those aren't officer-initiated. Those are citizens calling 911, making other requests to file reports and calling into the sheriff's office. And we don't anticipate that slowing down anytime soon. I do have to give a shout out to County Executive Officer Chatney. We've had a lot of conversations about urban levels of service. He is just as concerned about response times, growth rate, and realizing that, budget constraints are there and real, and we might be in this awkward growth period, and he's done a yeoman's job of working with me to make sure that we keep up with the service demand out there. And it's our goal in working with the CEO's office to add a full second deputy 24-hour-a-day fixed post this fiscal year in that Ocean Beat to help accommodate these calls for service. So very excited about that moving forward. And with that, I will turn it over to the guy who's better at numbers than I am.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Mr. Chatney, Mr. Cook. Jerry Rogers here, so I'll be going through our fiscal year 26-27 submitted budget. And here we have a total expenditure of just under $225 million. This encompasses all 10 cost centers that the sheriff had mentioned earlier on in the presentation, 7 of which are under the Public Safety Fund, and then the other 3 are Inmate Welfare Fund and the DMV Special Collection Fund. So we have salaries and benefits of $144.8 million. That is about 64% of our entire budget, and that is to support the 618 funded allocations that we currently have at the Sheriff's Office. Then we have our capital expenditures is $1.7 million. That is primarily for vehicle replacement program, and that's due to the reflection of the DSA MOU where we're need to replace these vehicles once they mile out at 140,000 miles, or if they've been in service for more than 10 years, whichever comes first. And then if you see the services and supplies is $40.6 million, and then if you also look at the other charges at $12.5 million, when you add those two together, it roughly adds about $53 million, which is attributed to about 24% of the budget. Of that $53 million, $40 million of that is ISF and A87 charges from the county and supporting services and other departments. And then we have our interfund transfer fund is the $25 million, and as Supervisor DiMattei had mentioned earlier regarding the interfund transfer and looking at that number. So it was a methodology change where previously those costs, which was associated with corrections, medical, food, and building expenditures, those were in separate general ledgers within the services and supplies category, and those have now been moved over into the interfund transfer. So that's where you're seeing that $25.3 million. And then over to our revenue. Revenue shows here is just under $224 million, and for the other financing sources, $137 million is about 61% of the overall budget, and $135.8 million is general fund contribution, of which is 51% of the discretionary revenue that we share with probation and DA. And then these charges for services is $15 million, which accounts for 7% of our budget. That is mainly for our contract services with cities like Loomis, Colfax, UAIC, and also the coroner services. And then also there's a little bit portion of the JBCT program in the correctional facility. And then we have the intergovernmental revenue, which is $71 million. That is about 32% of the budget, and that ties in with Prop 172, public safety sales tax, and also state and federal aid programs. And here is the revenue expenditure comparison. This is strictly for the public safety fund, so the 7 cost centers of grants, Tahoe, patrol, administration, support services, and the 2 jails. And so for fiscal year 26-27 submitted, we have an expenditure of $220 million and revenue at $219. This was actually submitted a planned deficit of 1.1 million. This was mainly to account for the Axon contract that we have, and we plan to cover that deficit with our reserve account. The Axon contract for the body-worn camera and tasers, and yeah, it was a full big package that we had presented to the board earlier this fiscal year. And so for the primary driving factors for the expenditures from the prior year was about $5.1 million increase in salaries and benefits, and that was to support the new funded allocations as well as standard general wage increases. And then about $2.2 million increase in short-term rents and leases, and that was attributed to the Axon contract for body-worn cameras and tasers. And then we have about $1.7 million increase in A87 costs and $1.5 million increase in medical, food, and building maintenance for the corrections division. And then for the revenue portion, other side of it, was about $7.9 million increase in general fund contribution, of which is the 51% of this discretionary revenue. And then we had about $1.4 million increase in state aid programs, and that was primarily for the JBCT program from the Department of State Hospitals for the revenue there. And we also did about a $1.8 million increase in state aid Prop 172 revenue. And then to round it out was about $624,000 in law enforcement service increases. That was to account for increases in general wage services and also expenditures from just some CPI increases that for operational expenditures. We just need to make sure that we're covering all of our costs. So those were the expenses that were increased for those contracts, cities like Loomis and Colfax and UAAC. And then my last budget, or last slide here is the funded out positions. From 25-26 adopted, we had 608 allocations, and to 2026-2027 submitted, we have 618. And a majority of those positions were to support the opening of the 2 housing units in the correction facility. And then lastly here, down at the bottom under the important notes, the number of vacancies as of April 17th, that was about 2 weeks ago. We currently had about 62 vacancies, which accounts for about 10% of our agency. This is a snapshot in time. It does change almost daily sometimes where people are going through the hiring process. It does fluctuate constantly. And so as of yesterday, we are at 52 FTEs, and so that has decreased by 10 positions. And of the 52 that we currently have vacancies, 16 of them are currently in backgrounds right now going through the process. And with that, I believe that concludes our presentation. And happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Questions from board members? Supervisor DiMattei.
Yeah, thank you, guys. You had mentioned the Axon contract and how much that cost, but can you give us a short detail of what it also saved us over time to have that contract with new equipment and better equipment?
Yeah, I think within the first week of the tasers being deployed, within the first couple days of them being trained, we have some phenomenal body cam footage of a deployment that probably kept the deputy and the suspect from getting seriously injured, where we were able to subdue a violent suspect who, in the body cam footage, they're just seeing they're having a conversation, and then he just charges him. So I would say there's that savings. I know just the other night I was talking to a member of the bench who could not believe the technology in those things when they watched it used in the courtroom for the translation services that are through the body cam. But more importantly, going back to the Axon kind of suite of services that the county purchased. Moving forward, we're working on the Draft 1 report writing system, which will save time and keep deputies out on patrol longer. But once we adopt that suite of services and get it fully rolled out, the video storage and digital evidence platform also has a redaction platform that's going to hopefully streamline the PRA process that I was just complaining about 10 minutes ago and save hundreds of man hours on that. It has an AI program that will do the initial redaction and blur faces and things like that, where right now we're doing it all manually.
So large savings
Yes.
with time and money.
Yes, both.
Thank
And
you.
I would say argue risk management and potential litigation as well.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you. With the new Rock Creek Post Academy, do we expect that we'll get those vacancies down a bit?
Yeah, right now, I believe we have around 10 already hired and waiting for August 17th is the start date. We have another 5 to 10 in backgrounds, and we're testing right now. They just had the round of interviews that'll be going to the undersheriff and assistant sheriff's desk on those that pass to get pushed into backgrounds. I'm guessing we will have 15 to 20 deputy sheriffs in our academy. The academy's pretty much full. We were trying to cap it at 50. We may go a little over, but if we go over, it's because it's for us.
Right.
You know, we're probably going to have a minimum of 15. If we get closer to 20, we may go over that 50 student benchmark that we'd kind of artificially set for ourselves, you know, to get our own deputy sheriffs through. But yes, it's going to help a lot. And what it will also do is the self-sponsored recruits, it gives us an opportunity to not only see their performance, and if they're a good candidate, we can kind of urge them and poach them and get them involved in the hiring process while they're putting themselves in the academy, and often hire them and pay their way through the rest of the academy and start getting them a paycheck while they're going. And that's what Sacramento Police Department, Sac County do at their academy with all the good self-sponsored recruits.
Great. So that investment should pay off in helping address this. When you were at the sheriff's conference, did you hear other departments having similar vacancy rates? Is this a statewide issue or a localized issue?
Way worse.
Okay.
I'm actually sitting a lot better than most.
Okay.
Many of my sheriffs were asking if anybody would contract jail beds because they're closing housing units because they don't have the staff to keep their jail open, but they don't want to release the inmates on the streets. They're asking other sheriffs if they had space in their jails to enter into a contract for services and house their inmates because they can't hire.
Great. Thanks for sharing that, because I hate to hear of your vacancies, but we're making good progress. We're trying to make the investments you need, and it's important to
Yeah,
our
I would love to be fully staffed, but again, kind of like I mentioned in the beginning, context is everything. Every time I think I have it bad, I go to one of our meetings with my 57 other sheriffs, and I realize we have it pretty darn good here in Placer County. I'm thankful to come home every time I go.
Thank you.
May I also add, we have definitely increased our recruitment processes, and in order to keep up with attrition and growth in West Roseville, the goal we originally had about, I believe we had recruitments twice a year, and we've increased it to 6 times a year to keep up with the growth and attrition.
Thank you.
Other questions? Supervisor DiMattei.
One other question. Thank you, guys. You had talked about DNA testing on slide 17. Will our new crime lab have that ability to help you guys keep up, or is that something that we still need to purchase equipment for that, which would be different than what's already on the books?
I'm not sure. I think that would be a question I know eventually, yes. I'm not sure what is slated for phase 1. It might be a question better for Morgan to answer on. I would love to see us, if it's not, be included in phase 1, and we could realize some immediate savings from all this money we're spending on contract services.
Okay. Well, I guess if we stopped high-speed rail, we can fund our jails. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see other questions. I did just want to say thank you so much. I know we all appreciate you and the team and your team's work, and especially just being so innovative and forward-thinking and thinking down the line of how we can protect our county long-term. It's just very, very appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Jones.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and I just want to thank you for my community, for Granite Bay. I'm sure I'll be hearing more from everyone about the cold case that you guys solved. That was amazing and wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your continued support. Thank you all. Good luck over the next 2 days.
Wow, look at that. 9:54, 1 minute early for the DA.
And I started 6 minutes late.
I know.
Morgan will take up
Yeah, Morgan will take care.
Can we set the timer for Morgan Guy?
I'm glad that, are you wearing denim? Can't tell. If
I
that's
am wearing denim,
Nice.
yes.
We're glad to see you representing.
It threw my children off this morning where I was going, because I don't wear denim to work typically. Okay, good morning. Well, you were running a minute early, but now the lawyer gets to talk, so. But good morning, Morgan Geyer, your district attorney, Madam Chair, board members, county council, CEO, clerk team, board, budget team. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present on the district attorney's office budget. You will find a lot of similarities between our office and the sheriff's office in terms of successes and challenges. I'm a little bit under the weather today. I have a pocket full of cough drops in case I have a coughing fit, and I have my wonderful administrative and fiscal officer, Kimi Yamanishi, here next to me in case I need to tap out early and let her take over, even before the numbers. We also have in attendance our Chief Deputy District Attorney, Dave Tellman, and our Community Outreach Supervisor, Lisa Botwinick, here in the back as well. And obviously none of the things we're going to talk about could be done without our fantastic team. So let's talk about some of the things that we are doing at the District Attorney's office. Compared to the Sheriff's office, we are much smaller, but mighty. Only one fund, one cost center, and 6 programs. Our accomplishments, we are busy. This has been an incredibly busy year, both since January 1 and in this fiscal year. Big cases, lots of big issues. You don't have to go far and tune into the news to find Placer County on the news for some of the things that are going on in criminal justice here in Placer County because of our wonderful law enforcement community and our DA team. We've had big cases that have concluded this year. We have many that are still in progress. Obviously, the one on top that was featured on Dateline most recently, the Serafini case, was a high-profile, nationwide, actually international case that was covered and is still getting requests for documentaries and things like that. These cases require a lot of time, a lot of hours on our staff, and are frankly quite expensive as the bigger they get. I will talk a little bit about the SVP litigation that we have had. The sexually violent predator statute is a complicated, difficult statute that has dire consequences on our community when sexually violent predators are being released. You will hear a theme in some of our successes and some of our challenges. Most of them relate around sexually violent predators and sex offenders. As the cold case that was recently solved and we are now prosecuting shows, sex offenders is going to be a big topic for us, both locally and statewide, for the next couple of years as we try and right some of the policy failures of the state through legislation and hopefully some ballot measures. But we successfully have kept Mr. Stevenson from being released into the community. Sheriff Wu, Supervisor Gustafson, and myself hosted the town hall in Alta and informed the community of all of the issues going on. At this point, he has not yet been released. That is still pending. We are dealing with litigation in the 3rd District Court of Appeal as he seeks to challenge his denial of release. We have another sexually violent predator named Mr. Ding, who is right behind Mr. Stevenson, is somewhat equally situated in a housing search. But we will continue to try and deal with these, but it does come at the cost of resources from our office. We have a dedicated prosecutor who does nothing solely except litigation post-conviction, including sexually violent predators, and he's about maxed out with the amount of work, and each legislative cycle means more and more work. We have spent the year touting and talking about our retail theft program. Many of you have attended and had to suffer through me presenting to our chambers of commerce about the successes and proactivity of our retail theft unit. We have had a number of successes. We've participated, I believe the number is now up to 7 multi-county operations where we were sort of the lead and the quarterback with our crime analysts sort of identifying multi-county offenders, sometimes even multi-state offenders, operating throughout the state, but ultimately at some point within the boundaries of Placer County, which gives us the hook. We have a dedicated prosecutor, a dedicated criminal investigator, as well as that crime analyst that has really solved 6 or 7 very large-scale cases. It is always complicated, particularly when other jurisdictions don't or won't prosecute, but Prop 36 gives us the hook to be able to prosecute those offenders across the state. As Sheriff Wu pointed out, today is National Fentanyl Awareness Day, which is appropriate, given that we recently last week had our 4th murder conviction for a fentanyl-related murder. Defendant named Mr. Garner, who killed a local man selling lethal fentanyl. That brings the total to 4. There have been 7 total in the state of California. 4 of those have been in Placer County. So as Sheriff Wu's numbers show, the fight is not over, but the fight has changed. And as I'll talk about in our community outreach section, the fight has changed. The unwitting, not knowing, unsuspecting customer who is seeking something other than fentanyl, those have been nearly eliminated. And those are the ones that are at least preventable right at the outset. The fight against those who are struggling with addiction and keeping them from ingesting deadly fentanyl is a different fight, one that is equally important, but is very different in how it looks. But we remain committed. These cases, they change as sort of the facts change and the victims change and this trend changes. The legal aspects of our case will change as well, but we will continue with that fight with our dedicated prosecutors. And as is on the bottom, you had heard at a board meeting a presentation about human trafficking. I believe it was Human Trafficking Awareness Month. We are doubling down on our efforts on human trafficking. It remains a low level in Placer County. We aim to keep it that way, if not eliminate it entirely. But there are some additional efforts we can do to sort of spread the word throughout all of our local agencies and be on an even more of a streamlined page to make sure that those crimes don't occur here, and everyone has the tools and awareness to report it when it does occur. Our statewide issues in criminal justice, we have been very active on a number of fronts. Legislatively, as you will see in our challenges, one of the biggest challenges that we face, both in terms of hours, money, and complication, is mental health diversion. It was the statute, you've heard me talk about it before, it was the statute that was written in an attempt to provide mental health treatment to those who intersect with the criminal justice system and divert them out of the system. The problem was the net was way too wide, the standards are way too low, and what we are seeing statewide are very dangerous individuals being deferred out of the criminal justice system to repeat their criminal behavior and victimize more people. We have seen a number of those. We recently convicted someone of murder in Placer County who was released on mental health diversion only months before in Sacramento County and came into Placer County and committed a murder. And those stories are statewide. There is the main bill sponsored by the California DA's Association. I testified on that bill about 4 weeks ago in the Assembly Public Safety Committee. It passed straight through, it was the Senate Public Safety Committee. It was a 2-year bill and is hopefully sailing out. It is still alive. That will tighten some of the mental health diversion standards that will allow us to find those that need that help that aren't that public safety risk. There are a number of other bills that we are participating in as well, including SB 1373. It's a Shannon Grove bill. She called on our office to provide the expert testimony. One of our felony prosecutors testified on that bill. It also strengthens the standards in mental health diversion. And so we are active in the legislative game. We have 2 of our own sponsored bills with Assemblymember Patterson, one to extend the monitoring time of misdemeanor sex registrants, so those who commit low-level crimes like the peeping and exposing kinds of crimes that are oftentimes indicators of growing conduct and escalating conduct. Several years ago, the state of California unwisely decided to reduce the amount of time that we could supervise those individuals on probation. Misdemeanor sex offenders are only supervised for 1 year. A misdemeanor sex offender treatment program lasts 18 months to 2 years at a minimum. When you can only supervise that individual for a year and their treatment program is continuing beyond that, there goes the incentive to monitor them, and there are no more consequences for those who drop out. Those are the ones that we need to make sure finish the treatment so that they don't become tomorrow's Mr. Funston or Mr. Lawhead. Those are the ones we are trying to get to, and it is unsurprising how difficult it is to pass common sense legislation. I will say this one, we have compromised a bit to try and get it across the goal line, and it is now poised to pass. At least it's passed through the Assembly Public Safety, and we have high confidence that it'll pass through the Senate Public Safety and ultimately get signed by the governor. Similarly, with our elder parole, Mr. Funston was a big highlight to the failure of our elder parole system. We are actively involved in trying to correct that. There are a number of legislative bills that we are in support of that will either raise that age. The idea of eliminating sex offenders from elder parole is not something the legislature in their supermajority is willing to entertain, but we are able to try and raise the limit back up to 65 years of age, and more importantly, fix our sexually violent predator statute so that individuals who are designated as SVPs will then become when they commit those indeterminate life sentences like Mr. Funston and like some of the ones we've seen in the news, they can be detained in the Department of State hospitals after their release date. It's a long process. It requires a lot of time on our end, but it's the right thing to do, and our community deserves nothing less. We talked about our organized retail theft and Prop 36 prosecutions. We still remain active in the environmental crime space. We have not only our dedicated environmental prosecutor here in Placer County. We recently refilled that spot with a former county employee that we are excited to see back, as well as our circuit prosecutor that we have working in the areas surrounding us, whose crimes, you know, when you pollute, when you dump, when you cause harm to the environment, you don't oftentimes respect county borders, and all of those crimes are somewhat interconnected. So we maintain our presence there. Our public outreach campaigns, as important as our crime prosecution efforts and our enforcement efforts, are our outreach and our prevention efforts. This is really, I think, what pays direct dividends into people being informed and less victimization in our community. We have expanded over the last year our outreach campaigns. I will talk about the ones that you are familiar with, but some of the new ones, our Guard Against the Groom campaign, as well as our App Safe, have come from a number of very alarming cases, child sexual assault cases that have highlighted dangers in gaming platforms and communications online that provides a new avenue for criminal offenders to get access to our children. You used to worry about the boogeyman hiding in the bushes. Now there's a potential boogeyman in every cell device that a child has in their room, and that requires parents to be on top of it. We have launched these programs with enormous success. In addition to some of our traditional ones that we are maintaining, our fentanyl public awareness campaign, we are continuing to be in the high schools. Lisa Botwinick continues to oversee all of those outreach campaigns and are still met with overwhelming success. And we have expanded those into our teen dating violence awareness campaign. We partnered with Assemblymember Hoover 2 years ago to introduce teen dating violence into the school curriculum, and we have partnered with some of our parents, like the Vandershoot family that many of you are familiar with, to get into schools and have had anecdotally some incredible success, particularly with individuals who really heard that message and reached out even at the assembly or immediately after. I mean, these very heartwarming stories of people of students who are listening. And our PROTECT program continues to set the standard statewide on our Elder Abuse Task Force. Our Shop Safe program, our investigative assistant, Cassidy Paganucci, is at our grocery stores teaching our elders how to shop in a way that reduces their potential for victimization, from where to keep your cards and your purses to how to stay on top of your online footprint. So we are continuing to, in my opinion, set the standard for DA's offices. It is not uncommon for us to get calls to say, what is a PROTECT and how do I get one? And to send our prosecutors or put them on calls with other DA's offices to try and spread sort of the word on what we are doing. I will also say this last year, within the last several months, we launched the Placer Promise. Many of you were at the event. The idea is that a healthy community has a foundation in strong public safety, that your parks, your schools, your businesses all require you to feel and actually be safe for you to thrive as a community. And the Placer Promise was sort of a recommitment to all of our mechanisms in public safety that ensure that our county remains the place that everyone wants to live, shop, retire, and raise children and grandchildren. We continue to collaborate with our criminal justice partners. I'm very proud, and I appreciate the kind words Sheriff Wu said. We are proud partners with them, as well as our other allied law enforcement agencies in Placer County. We have had to work together. Our probation department is stellar, and through our collaboration with the Sheriff's Office and the probation department, we have made Prop 36 while unfunded still currently by the state, an overwhelming success here in Placer County in maximizing the benefits. Oh, I set my own alarm, and we are, so I got to speed up a little bit. I shortchanged myself just a little bit, though. And we are continuing to be good partners with our courts as well. I will say emerging issues, some of our challenges are space limitations. As many of you know, we are continuing to grow as we should and need to adapt to our residents' needs, but we're out of space. We are working with CEO and facilities to expand the DA's office and expand our multidisciplinary interview center to make it a larger and more accessible space for our children who are coming in for forensic interviews, but also for our staff to be able to have more space to do the work that they do. We are likewise with the Sheriff's Office, we are hit with understaffing. We need more, and it's difficult to find more. There are not as many people coming out of law school seeking to be prosecutors as there once was. We still are doing better than just about anyone across the state. I will echo Sheriff Wu's words in that respect, but it is challenging. It's a difficult time to try and recruit, and the quality of the applicants have gone down simply because that's not being reinforced at the law school level, which is unfortunate. But we still maintain presence at all of our career fairs and try and hire the best and the brightest from around. Retention in our victim services unit. Everyone is familiar with our victim advocates. I talk about them quite frequently. They are the angels in our office that provide immediate assurance and assistance to our victims the moment a crime occurs. They are underpaid, and that translates into turnover, and that is a job where you don't want turnover. It takes quite a while to master that job. There is a lot of secondary trauma that comes along with that job, and we are working with CEO and HR to try and redesign the specs so that we can make that a career position rather than someone who does that for a little while and goes to a different county job, or honestly to Chick-fil-A where they can make more money doing that as opposed to providing that critical assistance. We have a wonderful unit, and these individuals wake up each and every day refreshed to do the job that is required of them and to provide that top-notch care and service, but it's a difficult ongoing process for us. And then, as I mentioned, the legislative impacts to our office are continuing to be challenges for us. I will continue to push back on the legislature when they make bad decisions. We'll try and stop the bad legislation and promote the good legislation and even draft the good stuff when we can, but it's a challenge. We are hoping to get some, I think with the passage of Prop 36 last year, it showed that the average person in California is tired and is paying attention to some of the shortcomings of policy failures at the state level. So I think this is a good opportunity this year for us to make some changes, albeit incrementally. Our significant cost increases, we have seen an increase in our forensic services. I will gladly step up to the plate and hit the softball that you had thrown out earlier, Supervisor DiMattei. Listening to the forensic testing that's happening on our cold cases, I would love, and we fully intend to be able to do those things at the Placer County Forensic Crime Lab. And in fact, with the announcement of the Lawhead arrest, and even prior, I have had DNA analysts from all over the state reach out and say, when is it time to make the DNA reality for the Placer Crime Lab, that dream a reality, because I'm ready, and I've had 4 or 5 calls statewide. So if we can get the equipment and we can get the space made, we can get it staffed, and we can provide those services directly here for Placer County, and we hopefully won't have the delays or the expenses that we'll have in a lot of these cold cases that require a lot of extra time and money. Our sexual assault response team, I will say this is an increasing expense, but it is also, I will say, a success. While the expenses have gone up, that's because the number of tests have gone up. In April alone, I just sent this out to our staff last week. As of April 24th, in the month of April, our sexual assault response team had conducted 23 sexual assault exams in Placer County, 23 out of 24 days in April. And while that is, on the one hand, a frightening thought that there are 23 sexual assault exams, it means there are people who know that services exist. There are people that know that when that assault happens, there are resources and availability and treatment and a collection of evidence that will survive in court to hold offenders accountable. Those assaults will occur, and they may go unreported if you don't create an environment where people understand that you can have a dignified and trauma-informed assault exam that will not further cause harm to the victim. And I will just point out at the bottom, the number of our service requests with the advent of Axon and all of the additional tools that our law enforcement agencies countywide obtain, it means more work on our end. These service requests continue to jump. That's the burden we place on our DA investigators to do that critical follow-up for our cases to get them trial ready. That continues to increase and puts demands on our investigative side of the house. Our performance measures, a lot of these are review. I'll go through these quickly since I've been talking too much already. We will continue to expand our outreach campaigns. We continue to do those. We are continuing to try and develop that space for our MDIC and continue to expand different prosecution units to meet the demands and needs of our community. We are making substantial progress on our crime lab. As most of you know, we have selected our design team. We had a meeting yesterday with that design team to lay out sort of all the different series of meetings as work continues. We have expanded a lot of the programs in our victim services program, including our empowerment and resilience program. I mentioned our victim services program and our advocates. And it is nice to say, I wanted to go back, what is not on here is the acquisition of our support dog, because Toast is up and running, and as you have seen, he's just about everywhere, but really the most important place he is in our MDIC with our children, providing that much needed comfort and allowing those children to open up in a way that makes them feel safe and empowered, and Toast does an incredible job of helping them do that. So mission accomplished on that, so maybe next year you might see the addition of a second victim support dog for the district attorney's office, because he is a little lonely at now and then. So, all right. A pie chart means it's my turn to turn it over to Kimmy so that she can take us through on some of the numbers.
Thank you, Morgan. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Kimmy Yamanishi, Admin and Fiscal Operations Manager for DA's office. And I'm happy to walk you through a brief overview of DA's budget. And here's our story. So our operating budget is roughly $38 million, and it is distributed across 4 different categories. As you can see, the large portion goes to salary and benefits. This is about 84% of our budget. Services and supplies make up about $7.1 million. And as we talked about a little bit earlier, intra-transfer reflect the contract expenses tied to our partnerships with HHS and other departments. So that's, in a way, it's revenue for us. Okay, and finally, the small little portion, it says other charges, $652,000. This is A87 charges, ISF charges. And moving on to revenue, at the time we submitted this budget, total revenue was about $37 million. Big chunk, about 69%, roughly $25.4 million, comes from other financing sources, which is in this case the general fund contribution. Most of the remaining $11.3 million comes from intergovernmental revenue, including public safety related funding and multiple different grants that we receive. Grant funding itself makes up about $5 million, makes up about 5% of total revenue, just under $2 million. Finally, the little small portion, that is $18,500, comes from fines, forfeits, and penalties. And next, this graph shows revenue and expenditures trends over the past few years, comparing the 25-26 adopted budget to the 26-27 submitted budget. To focus on that, there are a couple of key variances that I can highlight. The first one, salary and benefits. For salary and benefits, we are seeing an increase about $1.7 million, which is about 5% over the past year. That is mainly due to general wage increases, adjustments, along with the addition of 5 new positions in 25-26 that wasn't included in the adopted budget. 3 of those were supported by grants or other funding sources outside the general fund. The second one is 887. That's the second biggest variances that we experience. 887, that is a cost line. The ISF we receive increased by about $405,000, which is 163% of increase compared to last year. As you know, this is ISF charges from other departments. So with that, I will turn it back over to Morgan to walk through more details on the funded positions.
So as you can see, we have grown. We do have right now a need for a position that was just created, a digital communications specialist. One of the things that we have been lacking is the ability to take a lot of this digital information that we get from our law enforcement agencies and turn it into a presentable format or medium for our jurors. So we have sought to create a digital communications specialist, which will bring the total FTEs to 141 for 26 to 27. We are working with HR to get that recruitment started so that we can utilize that position that is much needed. We are still in need of more lawyers and investigators. We are lower than most of the counties that are similar in our population, as well as those proportionally are doing more. Like I said, that is challenged by our ability to recruit. We've had a few retirements. We had a few old classic PERS members that decided they could retire and make more money elsewhere as well. So those were some challenges this year. So filling those positions as well as trying to recruit for the few of our open positions has been a challenge. But that will be something that will be needed, particularly as the mental health diversion continues to be a burden on us. We have been trying to cover it without a dedicated attorney. We have slotted a position, an FTE for that position, but it's hard to take someone out of the general rotation to put them into a specific assignment like that without there being impacts on the rest. So there were a few things that I neglected to mention earlier in my haste. Some of the challenges with those increases of the expenses, and I think the sexual assault response team was up 158%. Our number of service requests were 106%. So as our law enforcement agencies invest in new technology and make their job more efficient, it puts a larger burden on us to be able to digest and present all of that information to our juries and just to simply try and determine whether or not charges can be filed. That will require us to adapt. So a lot of our positions are changing. We are working with CEO, and I will give a big shout out to Amanda Flo, our budget analyst, who is incredibly nimble and incredibly understanding of our needs and helps us work within our parameters to be able to try and identify where we can change positions. For example, crime analysts. That is what's going to drive DA's offices. We already have one. In reality, we could use a team of about 4 of them. But when we identify a position that is being underutilized and we need to change it rapidly to adapt to what we need in the DA's office world, we get the support from CEO and certainly from this board to do so, and that is much appreciated. These are oftentimes quick decisions that need to be made to try and adjust to specific issues, either based on certain kinds of cases that we start to see or certain kinds of legislation that comes out. With regard to the fines and fees that comprise a very small amount, statewide, the amount of fines and fees and the ability to collect those fees has been reduced substantially by the legislature. There was sort of a policy decision that fees were more punitive and perhaps targeting people in excess to what their criminal conduct deserved. So very little of those won't be expanding anytime soon. So we will not be relying, nor can we rely on fines and fees for any significant portion of our budgets. I will say on the outreach, the only thing I left off, and then I'll conclude here, one of the things in our outreach that we did last year was our Advocacy Day, where we partnered with a number of our bereaved families or people who had been affected by crime and literally took them to the Capitol and taught them how to be their own lobbyist for a day, to go have meetings with our lawmakers and demand change on the issues that are important to them. It was an incredible success. We partnered with the Sacramento DA's office. This year we are partnering with even more, a number from Southern California. That'll be on May 14th. It'll be an all-day. We will meet at the Capitol and walk the halls with our victims and survivors to empower them to do that. And as many of you know and can see, today is Denim Day in honor of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Many of you are probably familiar. It's a 1992 case where an Italian judge overturned a rape conviction because the victim in the case, her jeans were so tight that the judge said she must have been complicit in the sexual activity because otherwise they would have been impossible. And in response to that, each year we pick a day to wear denim. Today at the DA's office at about noon, you will see a long Justice Center drive hosted by our sexual assault response team, and Laney Waters, our SART coordinator, will be hanging an installation of denim with inspiring and empowering messages written on them, stretching Justice Center Drive. It's a very impactful and empowering art installation that will remain there, so please feel free to come by as people who come in and out of courts, both accused and victims, see that empowering reminder of the access to justice and the accountability that one can expect should you engage in criminal behavior in Placer County. I will just conclude by saying, as Sheriff Wu mentioned, we are proud partners with them. We collaborate quite well, and we see some big results. That goes the same with our other fellow law enforcement agencies, our probation department, but that starts at the top. So none of this could be achievable without the support from our board. You have prioritized public safety. You have put it first. You continue to do that. That is appreciated and not taken for granted. I will echo Sheriff Wu. I have the opportunity to travel to statewide meetings and see how other DA's offices, excuse me, my voice is getting weak. Other DA's offices are dealing with the changing landscape in criminal justice, how they deal with their boards and their criminal justice partners, and it is always, as Sheriff Wu said, a nice reminder when you come home. It's always good to come home and be in your own bed, which is where all the real work gets done, and that's thanks to all of you. We are challenged, but we are finding ways to navigate through those challenges in the best way possible. We are presenting, Sheriff Wu and I are presenting to the California DA's Association next week on the relationship between the sheriff and the DA, because it is pretty unique in our county. There are some counties where they won't sit in the same room together, or they're not even on the same page, let alone working hand in hand, members of each other's teams, working to solve cases and prosecute the bad guys. So again, that starts with all of you, so we appreciate your support, and we appreciate all the things you do to prioritize public safety and allow us to do the good work that we do in our office. So with that, I'll pause and happy to answer any questions you may have about our budget.
Great, thank you. Supervisor DiMattei.
Thank you guys for that. Getting back to the DNA testing machinery, how long does it take to get that? And is it something that we can easily put in our West Oaks building as soon as possible to help both your team and Sheriff Wu's team to expedite problems that we have?
So the equipment purchase, I mean, it's expensive, but that's relatively straightforward to buy the instruments that are needed. Training the staff, ideally what we would do is be building the lab and having the staff be validated on their instruments at the same time, so that by the time we open the doors of the Sac State Lab, we are ready to go. That will require some sort of doing things at the same time. So ideally, if we could get it into the West Oaks lab and at least validate the equipment and then move it over to the new lab, that would speed our time to be fully operational at the new site. Some equipment is easier than others. DNA is a little bit more, obviously, of the extensive kind, so it's less easier to put in there and move. It's doable, but it is something that is probably worthwhile to continue to explore. I mean, there are challenges because everything in this space is expensive, right. But the degree to which we could get those both done at the same time, the construction and the validation of the equipment, would mean we are providing that service to our residents that much sooner.
Okay. Second, in Sheriff Wu's report, they had seized $265,000 in cash from that one sting. Is there ways that our board, along with you, can help write up legislation to help keep that money in Placer County and be divided between our public service agencies?
Short answer, yes, always happy to entertain that. The laws surrounding the use of asset forfeiture have been around for a while. I don't know that there is an appetite on the part of the state legislature to empower law enforcement to get more dollars. And I always worry that if you pull at that thread, they say, well, once you're opening this statutory scheme, let's just put the money towards other things. Right now, there's a formula by which our county receives a percentage of the money that is seized. It goes through a court process. Our office has a person in our office who handles those legal proceedings. Literally, it's asset forfeiture court proceedings. We file a case to seize that money. So happy to explore it further and see, particularly if it's used for specific things like a crime lab or for cold case testing. If we can earmark that money specifically for those purposes, I think the legislature would have a hard time saying no and may even support it. So as long as we tailor it specifically, I think it's worth entertaining. So
That would be my thought, is to make sure that it's earmarked for those specific items so they would have less room to say no.
absolutely, and it is ultimately fitting. I mean, for example, our fentanyl public safety announcement, our Emmy Award-winning video, was paid for by those asset forfeiture funds and not taxpayer dollars. It's only fitting that those who are profiting off the destruction of our community ultimately have to pay their profits towards empowering our community to know the dangers of it. And the same thing can be done for those who are committing other kinds of crimes, and it can translate into dollars for our lab.
That'd be great.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Morgan.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you very much for the presentation and definitely all the hard work that you and your team are doing. It's really tremendous, and it's great that we are a model in the state of California. In regards to Supervisor DiMatteis's question about the equipment and the West Oaks property, I'm certainly open to seeing, especially folks getting up to speed and learning how to utilize it. I understand the concerns are ventilation and drainage and TIs, and as we look at that, I just want to be like, we have this opportunity to open up the building in at the Placer One campus, at the Sac State campus, which is terrific. And you know, if we can utilize West Oaks in a way that doesn't cost us an arm and a leg for TIs, I'm certainly open to that, right? And that's the balance. And I know you are working with our CEO's team, the facilities team, to figure out how to at least do some without it costing an arm and a leg. And you know, we know that that's a challenge, but at the end of the day, we will have a great new facility. Hopefully sooner than later at the Sac State campus. So just, I appreciate you working with our team to figure out how can we help you but not have it cost an arm and a leg.
I appreciate that comment, and we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
The facilities team and Daniel has been phenomenal in trying to make this work, but agreed, if it's too expensive, we can't pay for two separate crime labs that are both going to take millions and millions of dollars and take several years apiece. But if we can do a pilot lab quickly and more cheaply than we currently think we can, which I'm still hopeful that we can find a path to do that and reduce the amount of time that we set empty at the Placer One lab. I still think there's a chance, but I absolutely agree. It has to be cost effective to be able to do that. And we'll still work towards a way that we can try and make it work. And if not, recognize that it can't be done and go full steam ahead on Placer One.
Yeah, appreciate
but
that.
I appreciate
Thank
the comment. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, and thanks. Appreciate the presentation and all the hard work. What I most appreciate is hearing all the public outreach programs that you've initiated and successfully implemented. Are other DA's offices doing that as extensively that you're aware of?
Well, I will say after
I don't think so. Dave's shaking his head back there.
No, although, continue, I'm sorry.
No, I want to hear that from you because, you know, we sit in our silo of this county trying to work so hard day in and day out. I don't pay attention to what other DAs are doing. I only am paying attention to what you're doing, so I can't compare.
Well, I will say, generally, no. I mean, we are very proactive in our outreach and our awareness and our education because we all truly believe that the more we empower our residents to know the risk factors and those concerns that they can reduce being victimized, we can reach those who are on the cusp of going down a path of criminal behavior, we can stop that. And so the more we can do that, the more it pays dividends on the criminal case side. we are about as aggressive as it gets with our outreach, and I will say, those that are doing things, there are a number of programs that I will say look very much like ours that came to fruition after they saw ours, which is great. We would like the message spread far and wide, but particularly with our retail theft, it was quite interesting. We saw DAs from across the state holding signs, this business is protected by insert county here retail theft initiative, and I saw elected DAs from our largest counties in California to some of our smallest, literally without even changing the font. Maybe the colors had changed. And while at first we say, oh, come on, guys, that's our idea, ultimately the idea is to lower crime statewide, because the people that are in other counties are the ones who are coming in here to commit their crimes. Most of the crime, especially retail theft, human trafficking, some of the big, high newsworthy topics, most of those crimes are committed by people from outside of Placer County. So the more our programs catch on in other counties, the more it benefits us directly, and the more it benefits the state generally, and ultimately means less people are victimized, which is why we're all doing this job in the first place. So I will take with an ounce of humility, I will say we are setting a trail, or blazing a trail, I should say, and I will say most of that comes from the execution of Lisa Botwinick in the back, who spends her days and nights and weekends going to events and drafting people in our office to be ambassadors of these programs, and honestly, the entire community participates and becomes empowered from it. So we will take that.
We certainly hear it from our constituents, and we feel it ourselves, and your office is doing tremendous work in every aspect of what you touch, and we feel that, we see it, we hear it from our constituents, and we're so proud that your office is serving our communities and setting that mark for others to follow. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Jones?
Yes, I would like to add to that, of course, the cost of doing all this stuff, the cost of investigations and prosecuting crimes are commensurate, with the work that you do and everything. And of course, we would like to make sure that you have everything you need, because you are prosecuting more things. I mean, you're the lead in fentanyl prosecutions and stuff than anybody else in the state. And so we all watch you eagerly to see you make your accomplishments in your team, and would love to support, and I'm going to eagerly watch your prosecution of this new cold case that was just solved for the
Well, thank you.
For that perpetrator.
We appreciate the support. I know we prosecute lots of big cases, and we prosecute lots of sort of low-level quality of life crimes, because I think Sheriff Wu said we're a county of accountability. That doesn't mean everybody has to go to jail. If you're struggling and you need treatment, you need it, but you need accountability on the back end. And only through that carrot and stick approach do people find whatever measure of redemption that they are going to find, but ultimately that needs to mean not committing further crimes. And this one will be interesting. I was in high school when the Wanna murder occurred. I remember my parents vividly talking about it. We lived not far away. This one shook the community, and the idea that we can continue to solve these cases even after the rest of the world has moved on, everyone but this devastated family is a measure of hope. So we will take it from here. As I was telling the sheriff, we get to a brief moment of celebration on the arrest, but the hard part for us starts now. These cases are complicated, and it's almost 35 years old, but we're up to the task, and we look forward to the process of holding him accountable for what he did.
In addition to that, how do we plug that hole on the drug program where we're letting our more heinous criminals go into that program, and then they get sort of lost in the shuffle and are able to go out there and commit more crimes? How do we...
Are you referring to the mental health diversion program?
The diversion program.
It is an enormous weakness. I think people have recognized. We have two competing things. We have mental health diversion, which siphon people off, and then we have these early releases, and the sex offenders have demonstrated that through elderly parole. The elder parole was nothing more than a simple policy to try and get people out of prison sooner. It has nothing to do with 50 being elderly and anything of that sort. So we're working on it. I think what starts is our population is fed up And I think that's catching up with the lawmakers in Sacramento. They just operate in silence and in a vacuum. And so counties like ours that we're small, but we're loud. And we have constituents in our county. We have people from all over the state saying, thank you, Placer County, for putting a spotlight on this because we didn't know this was working. We'll continue to do that. And things like our advocacy day where we can get counties together and everyone be on the same page and demanding change, I think is how we start. And we can close some of these loopholes, for lack of a better term, but these avenues that dangerous people are utilizing to get out of custody and commit more crimes. We can try and close those. If someone has earned a chance at redemption and release from prison, it needs to be earned, and that needs to be demonstrated, and there's a process for that. Unfortunately, we've sort of lost our way in that process to some degree.
Right, right. And in addition, I'd like to thank you for the support and the creation of Placer Protect in your office. It's become a huge program, and so many people are benefiting from it.
It's a fantastic success. Thank you.
Okay, I will echo what everyone said, and also what the sentiment that I shared with Sheriff Wu. Just the collaboration that you have between your two offices is, as you mentioned, incredibly unique and very much appreciated. And I think we're really, really blessed to have the two of you at the helm. And I think I've mentioned before, you're never allowed to retire. You must stay forever. And I also wanted to give a shout out to Stephanie Herrera and Lisa as well for their outreach efforts, because it really has brought the DA's office to a whole other level in the community, especially with the amount of awareness that's out there. So thank you for that. And I don't think there's any additional questions. So
thank you all.
Thanks. You're only 1 minute over. Oh, no, 6 minutes over. Sorry.
We'll call it 6 minutes from.
Yes, from before.
Ready to go? All right. Well, good morning, Chair Landon, honorable members of the board, Mr. Chatney and Mr. Cook. I'm Brian Passenheim with your Probation Department. With me today is Jeff Thompson, our wonderful Administrative Fiscal Operations Manager. To start, I want to express our profound appreciation for your continued support over the past year. Thank you for constantly engaging our team members and participating in our events. It makes a big difference. Your commitment to public safety and to the well-being of Placer County is second to none. I can't go without saying, like you've already heard today, that we're grateful for our partnerships, starting with the Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, nice shirt, Health and Human Services, the courts, local law enforcement, Placer County Office of Education. Yeah, you have to see it. All right. Yeah. Thank you, team, watching this. I know now you're fired up and you're ready to go, so we are taking that championship home. So thank you, and thank you. All right. Well, again, like I said, you heard your theme today. Our partnerships are just absolutely incredible, and I had that same experience working with our other chiefs across the state and hearing some of their experiences, and sometimes we'll have breakout sessions and conversations about how they're communicating and collaborating with their partners throughout the county. And quite frankly, I don't have much to add to the conversation for them. I don't know how to help them because they're not, they're having challenges talking to each other or sharing resources. And for us, there is no problem. We're able to pick up that phone and call each other anytime. I can speak specifically for the sheriff and the undersheriff and Morgan Geyer and his leadership team that I've been able to reach out to them anytime and run something past them and ask them questions, and they're always there to be a support. And that's how they are for every member of this law enforcement community. Special shout out to our Health and Human Services team. A lot of the work that we do is not possible without our partnerships, without having practitioners on site, working with our outreach teams and our AB 109 teams. Got to thank Placer County Office of Education for their work in the juvenile institution and our juvenile field teams. The CEO's office for all your help with the budget, helping us as we changed a few things within our budget structure to make it flow better, to have better understanding across our leadership team and across the department. As I move forward, every success you're going to hear today, every life changed, every family reunited, every improvement in community safety comes from extraordinary collaboration. And again, that goes thanks to all the partnerships. Our probation department resides in the Public Safety Fund and is composed of a single cost center with now 8 programs. And like I said, we readjusted this to break it up to create more clarity and more responsibility amongst how we're spending within each of the programs. We have adult administration, adult field and court, adult pretrial, adult alternative sentencing, juvenile administration, juvenile field and court, juvenile detention facility, and administrative leadership. We currently have offices in Roseville, Rockland, Auburn, and Tahoe, which allows us to serve all the communities throughout this vast county. Moving into accomplishments, and I have to have notes because I could talk forever. I'm so proud of what this team has done this past year. It's actually just unbelievable what they're all capable of doing. So I want to start off by recognizing our entire probation team. As many of you know, you've had the chance to meet them and engage with them. You know they're individuals who care deeply about our work, our mission, and the community we serve. Their why aligns with our purpose, with our mission. Whether they're in the office, out in the field, working side by side with our partner agencies, their dedication lights the path forward. And they're going to win the softball tournament. Every day, yeah, I'm sorry. I'll focus now. The shirt got me off track. Every day they deliver both accountability and opportunity. Those are 2 key things. They have to balance tough decision-making every single day, every single one of them. And they do an amazing job at that. Their efforts make our community safer, healthier, and more hopeful. Their compassion, professionalism, and unwavering heart inspire me daily. I'm truly proud to stand with them and honored to share some of their many accomplishments with you this morning. Starting with juvenile services, over the past year, they've had significant progress made within their division. They work closely with the reentry program to bring services to juveniles, creating life skill programming, and they also launched a new theft diversion class supporting the county's retail theft initiative, providing meaningful consequences while preventing deeper justice system involvement. Our partnership with Placer County Office of Education has expanded opportunities for students. Field trips now focus on vocational programs, community colleges, and universities, offering hope and inspiration instead of fear-based approaches like the old scare straight model, which have been proven not to work. We have strengthened programming through Council for Young Men and Girls Circle. Our juvenile and family treatment court was redesigned to celebrate progress through phases. Youth participate in professional gym workouts, equine therapy, and program-sponsored pro-social activities that include both the youth and their families, helping create reconnection. I'm proud to share since July 1st of last year to today, we've had 97 youth successfully complete probation supervision, and another 221 youth successfully complete a diversionary program, preventing deeper involvement with the juvenile justice system. That's over 300 youth. We also completed murals in a sensory room at the juvenile detention facility and held our first all JDF staff meeting, which is not easy to pull off. Looking ahead, on our juvenile team, we will look to onboard CalAIM, continue building the paved running track of the JDF, redesign the JDF library with county library services. As we all know, the ability to read and get connections to libraries is a very critical piece that a lot of these kids are missing. And we'll continue to collaborate with the work outlined in our 5-year multi-agency juvenile justice plan. Moving on to collaborative courts, our adult recovery court continues to be a place where transformation occurs. Clients have graduated from fire academy, secured employment, pursued education, reunited with children, and rebuilt their lives. Officers led numerous pro-social activities from hikes to running groups, helping participants develop healthy habits and connection. They introduced individualized participant binders and recovery capital worksheets to support each person's journey into areas like family, finances, medical needs, and housing, some of the most basic needs in life. Our Veterans Court continues to celebrate powerful success stories too. In March of this year, we had 5 graduates and another 2 this month. We've seen participants go from homelessness and addiction to independent housing, stable employment, volunteer service, vocational achievements like graduating at the top of their HVAC program, earning a livable wage. One graduate's mother delivered a deeply emotional speech at a ceremony, sharing how the program and probation gave her back her son. Those moments remind us of why this work matters. Mental health court, they've also had many graduates. Each story reflects incredible perseverance. While many clients will continue to face lifelong mental health challenges, the support they receive through the collaboration is significant. Again, we saw clients transition from homelessness to stable housing, from crisis to community engagement, from repeated law enforcement contact to stability. As we know, many of those can be the largest amount of calls that law enforcement agencies get is a certain group of people. So if we can work to reduce that, it plays an incredible role in our community. In many cases, they had their charges diverted or dismissed. Our mental health court officer, Elaine Burney, continues to lead this effort through cross-agency collaboration, partnerships with HHS, court collaboration, and she directly supports our officers and clients. Our professional standards diversion continues to strengthen our culture of innovation. We recently created a clear proposal process that empowers every staff member to bring forward new ideas. By giving people a voice and a pathway to action, we are fueling the next generation of solutions. We also expanded our presence in the community with our newly developed Community Connections outreach team. They've already participated in multiple events, including Special Olympics activities, reminding our community that probation is more than supervision. It's a partnership, it's compassion, it's service, and it's education. We recently revamped our onboarding experience, where we ensure new staff begin their career supported, welcomed, and ready. New team members receive letters from their manager and the professional standards team with their first day's information. We believe thoughtful coordination means people can focus on what matters from day one. With a new exit interview questionnaire, we now capture feedback that also helps us continuously improve the workplace experience for folks. And one of the biggest things we're proud of is on March 31st, we proudly held our first department-wide swearing-in ceremony for new hires and promotions. It was an incredible event, the room was packed, and I look forward to the one next year. Last but not least, I would really like to recognize our professional service team. They're kind of the unsung hero of the work that we do. For many years, they're just behind the scenes doing a lot of the important tasks, humbly doing it, not asking for credit, but it's time that they get some credit. Our clerical team has achieved major progress this year. They improved Officer of the Day process, developed Prop 36 data capture procedures, strengthened juvenile sealment processes, streamlined traffic hearings, and partnered with IT to launch the new lobby check-in system that has significantly reduced wait times and improved interactions. They also assisted with the VPRE pretrial assessment validation study, and they are now preparing to assist with the new risk assessment implementation. Our fiscal unit managed payroll, grants, workday transactions, revenue tracking, year-end projections, budgets, audits, and compliance. That's a mouthful. While also onboarding their newest team member. Our information technology team has also been productive. They helped implement the check-in system with the clerical team. They're responsible for TVs across the entire department that helps with internal communication. So some of you had a chance to see our TVs that we have up, provides the ability because we have offices in every location where staff don't get to see each other or talk to each other, where anybody can put a referral in to put something up there to help share with another team what's happening. If you're working in the juvenile hall, you'll see what's happening in the field. If you're in the field, you'll see what's happening in the juvenile hall. If you're up in Tahoe, even more separated, you get to see what's going on in the rest of the offices. And they do a good job keeping that running. They refreshed the website. They launched AI and analytics partnership with our CMS vendor and deployed new mobile data computers for us to use in the field. They are now migrating cellular services to a new provider, finalizing inventory transactions into Workday, evaluating options for work crew scheduling to make us more efficient and get more jobs done, and enhancing data sharing with our partners. Our data analytics team produces daily, monthly, quarterly, and annual reporting for internal and external partners. Major achievements include developing the Chief's dashboard, improving visibility into department data, supporting statewide and community presentations, enhancing training data, supporting multiple grants, strengthening reporting, and streamlining Power BI systems for efficiency. Future plans include centralized BI libraries for all staff for full transparency and access to information, project tracking tools to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible, and expanded Power BI training for staff so they know how to use this information. Moving to emerging issues and priorities, can't go without talking about Proposition 36. As mentioned earlier, the Placer team did an incredible job doing what they could with not a lot of resources, with no resources provided by the state. They worked together quickly to be one of the first in the state, if not the first in the state, to develop a court protocol how to work with Prop 36, which reflects a strong coordination amongst the courts, district attorney, public defender, conflict counsel, health and human services, and our team. Referrals continue to grow. We've had our first graduate in March of this year, which makes sense. If it rolled out in April, it takes 12 to 18 months to complete, so we had somebody go through and graduate that part. We continue to provide testing, transportation, GPS monitoring, coordination with parole, and supervision. And our model was built around all RISE best practices. All this, like I mentioned, without additional state funding. Moving into this year, we'll have to develop a program handbook, and we will be evaluating staffing based on the increase in referrals. Work crew, last year, 194 individuals completed 1,103 days of work release across all 5 districts. They help maintain parks, remove graffiti, support community events, clean up abandoned homeless camps, and improve county properties. Our CHIPPR program had 261 participants, completing 1,503 days of work totaling 4,057 tons of material. This program looks to increase the amount of jobs completed and to expand into fire mitigation work such as brush removal and preparation for prescribed burns, which we all know is a critical piece for community safety. CalAIM, we received $1.8 million in grant funding from the Department of Health Care Services between 23 and 25, and an additional $300,000 this month. Currently, we're working closely with the Sheriff's Office and Health and Human Services on operational readiness. Some upcoming milestones that we're looking for is a JDF readiness assessment, conditional approval for pre-release services, staff training, data sharing agreements, and the launch of pre-release services on October 1st of this year. Artificial intelligence. Our team is working with our case management system to responsibly integrate artificial intelligence into probation workflows. The goal is not isolated AI tools, but a practical AI assistant that helps officers work more efficiently while keeping professional judgment at the center of every decision. Simply put, AI assists officers, it does not replace them. Here in Placer County, with this partnership, we are the ones that are going to influence how AI will be responsibly used in probation agencies across the country. Again, the vision is to create an AI assistant that works alongside the officer, helping with those preparation and information management tasks so that the officer can spend more time on the parts of the job that require professional judgment and spend more time with those they supervise. Rather than building a series of disconnected AI tools, the goal is to embed this assistant directly into the workflow officers already use in the case management system. This makes the experience seamless and keeps everything within a normal supervision environment. To date, we have completed our department AI policy. We began rolling out Copilot, for which I want to thank the county IT team for, and started testing a chatbot capable of searching our policies and procedures within the system. Future AI enhancements include My Caseload Today dashboard, unified alerts and notifications, and AI-powered workflows to guide next steps in supervision. Moving on to staff training, we'll continue to elevate training and professional growth. This is a priority for us and will always be a priority for us. This year, we've had already over 10,000 hours of training amongst our officers. They attended 83 different trainings. Some of those trainings included victim-centered supervision, leadership development, core trainings, emotional intelligence, testifying in courtrooms, range, effective practices in community supervision, felony sentencing, and project management. Obviously, I'm leaving out 70 plus other ones. We are also launching the PACE team, the Professional Advancement Through Coaching and Education Training Team, where every department instructor will deliver consistent, high-quality, mission-aligned training. This work ensures fairness, excellence, and opportunity. All right, moving into our performance measures. Our performance measures often correlate with crime and arrest rates, so it can be difficult to predict what's going to happen from year to year. We don't always know how people we're going to supervise or how that's going to go up or down based on crimes that happen, or legislation. But for some context, in 24-25, we supervised over 6,400 individuals throughout that year. We submitted over 19,000 reports to the court, and we completed more than 52,000 office and field contacts. And that's why hopefully you're seeing our probation Tahoes all throughout your communities. Our prep program served nearly 400 people. These numbers underscore the substantial scope of the responsibility our team carries. At the same time, this team remains committed to continually examining our processes to enhance efficiency and ensure we are delivering at the highest standard. My part ends here. I want to just thank you again for your partnership, your commitment to public safety, and your commitment to our community that we serve. I'll turn it over to you, Jeff, now.
Thanks, Brian. Good morning, Honorable Board, Mr. Chatney, Mr. Cook. I'm Jeff Thompson, and I have the honor to be the Administrative and Fiscal Operations Manager for the department and work alongside 165 of the most dedicated, best Placer County employees there is. I've never had more fun supporting a dynamic department as we have. Brian has just explained briefly. He's got a lot more to say about that. This year, probation restructured the budget to more align with our business, and for fiscal year 26-27, we've actually refined it. I'd like to thank Laura White, who is our resident fiscal historian and accountant, for her work to get us to this point. It was a big lift, and she did a fantastic job. So for our expenditures, our high-level overview here, about 70% of our budget goes to salaries and benefits. We have $10 million or so in service and supplies, which the highlights there would be our Placer reentry program, our GPS and alcohol monitoring contract, expenses for our juvenile detention facility, drug testing, and of course the support that we put towards training, transportation, travel, of all that to educate our employees. Our revenue overview includes, we do get some revenue from other counties that house their youth in our juvenile detention facility. Our intergovernmental revenues include the Prop 172 half-cent sales tax, some sales tax realignment standards and training for corrections, and our OTS grant. Our other financing sources, which is a majority of our revenue, includes County General Fund and our juvenile and adult funding and grants. The year-over-year expense comparison, the major expensing increases, as you've heard previous to our presentation, is salary and benefits have gone up, so standard wage increases. We've had additional spending on training, education, travel, transportation, and some additional professional and special services contract increases. Our revenue increases, the majority of that one is CalAIM funding that we've received that Brian described earlier. And for our funded positions for 26-27, our submitted is 155 total, and we currently have a 2% vacancy rate, and the candidates to fill those positions are actually in background currently. Lastly, I'd like to thank all of our partners in the county, CEO, HR, county council, risk management, procurement, auditor's office. I mean, they all know me by name because I call them quite often. And before we go change and put our denim on, we'd like to answer any questions we have.
All right, Supervisor Gore.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the hard work. I just want you to know that you had some fighting words when you said you were the most fun group of employees. The clerk-recorder's office back there was making comments to one another, so it's sort of on between y'all, just so you know. Had to point that out.
Challenge accepted.
As long as we're not playing hockey, we're in good shape.
Yeah,
that's off the board.
Just wanted to give you guys a shout out that you mentioned about you having your workforce people go out and help clean our forests. We just came back from DC, and that was one of our topics. Is that look, we have crews that we can get in and go help, and your team was mentioned. Well, at least I mentioned them in a couple of different meetings that say, look, we have the people. Just let me through the front door to help prevent this. But so thank you for your guys and your team.
Thank you.
And then all joking aside, I do encourage all the employees to come out on May 16th and watch us all play and cheer on your colleagues as we get to have a fun little battle playing softball, not hockey, because we'd probably kill ourselves playing hockey. We're not Ryan Ronco.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Brian, I'm sorry to ask you to do this, but you rattled through some of the work crew numbers.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly, and I couldn't write that fast. My shorthand is long past me. So would you mind going over those again? Because I think it's pretty remarkable, in addition to everything else you do, how those crews are out working with our community.
Absolutely, thank you. So for the chipper program, our partnership with RCD, we had 261 participants for 1,503 days, equaling 4,057 tons of material. And we're excited moving into the next year. We have big plans. We have Aaron Johnson from our shop working closely with them, and they got some pretty exciting ideas coming forward to really increase that. And then for the work crew, there was 194 participants for 1,103 total days. And if we're open to any kind of projects you guys have, so if there's anything comes your way, please just reach out to us, and we'll get a crew out there and we'll clean it up.
That's great. You know, we have a lot of seniors and folks in our community that aren't able to take care of their properties as well as they'd like, and reach out to our office all the time. So we always rave about the work you're doing, and we get such great feedback from those who encounter some of the folks that are working on the crews and how professional they are for being, you know, who they are. They're not expecting the caliber of folks. And so your supervision of them as well, and your encouragement for them to work in our community. Thank you for resharing those numbers. Thanks for everything you're doing. Glad you are the most fun until we hear from the next most fun group.
Until you hear the next one,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. I do have one question, Brian, and that is the difference in expenditure or expenditures and revenue is $5 million from last year, or maybe that's for Jeff. Is that the grant that you received? What's that $5 million comprise of?
You're speaking in terms of the revenues, you said?
Yeah, well, if I'm looking at the chart, let's see, chart number 49, slide 49. So from 2025 to 2026, the budget was at, or the expense and revenues were 42 million, and now it's 47. So what's that 5 million in difference?
Yeah, so the expenses, it's about $2.4 million in salaries and benefits. There are some assumed contract increases for JDF medical expenses, additional training, education, travel, transportation expenses. We also had some other contract increases, like our case management system for the AI piece. And then as far as revenues, we had a $2.7 million increase, and that's our portion of that public safety fund's 51% contribution, and then almost $2 million in CalAIM funding.
Great, thank you, I really appreciate that.
All right, I don't see any additional questions, so I will just say thank you so much. We, as with our other law enforcement partners, appreciate all the work that you and your team do. And Brian, it's been great to have you on board. We all love Marshall, and you just really, I'm sure, made him proud in how you're running your team. So congrats on that.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Maybe you have to applaud these guys too.
Yes. All right, Mr. Fun, come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How is everybody?
Great.
Get ready for some much smaller numbers. Good morning, Chair Landon and members of the board, CEO Chatney, Assistant Counsel Cook, Clerk of the Board team, Budget team. 2 more days. That's right. Thanks for the opportunity to be able to present our budget to you today. I'm Ryan Ronco, your Clerk-Recorder-Registrar of Voters. With me is Lisa Kramer, our Assistant County Clerk, Stephen I, your Assistant Recorder-Registrar, Melissa G. in the hot chair, our fiscal manager, and Sarah McCulloch, our accountant. We'd like to just shout out a thank you to Daniel Vick and Lisa Holloway in the CEO's office for their budget prep this year. And a huge thank you to our hardworking team back at the office that we get the pleasure of leading at the Clerk-Recorder Elections office. Let's go to the next slide. So we have a pretty straightforward budget structure, largely a general fund department under one cost center, with 4 distinct programs. That's clerk services, recording services, election services, and no, not microfilm services, even though I'm proudly your microfilm supervisor. It is our 4th program is our administrative services section, which manages the County Form 700 program in addition to supporting my office. And if you'll indulge me before we get into the denser slides, I'd like to talk about some interesting statistics that don't come up in the budget numbers. We'll start with the recorder's side of the house. The recorder's office numbers are actually pretty flat. We record around 450 property documents a day, and those numbers have stayed mostly steady the last couple of years. Those property transactions brought in $6.6 million to the county through transfer tax payments. We processed roughly 2,200 passport applications. However, our passport photo booth, in its first full year of operation, raked in over $3,000 of easy money. We're very excited about that. In the clerk's side of my office, last year we filed just over 9,000 birth records, just over 5,200 death records, and just over 2,700 marriage license applications. We performed 1,042 in-office weddings. And now for the number that you've all been waiting for. We sold 101 point-of-sale wedding rings to those couples that came in to get married at the office. And then, of course, there's the elections office. Just under 300,000 registered voters in Placer County right now. Probably by the time that we have our June election, that will be over 300,000 registered voters. That makes us the 18th largest county in California in terms of voter registration. According to the California Secretary of State's April 3rd, 2026 report of registration, our county has the highest percentage of eligible residents who are actually registered to vote in the state. So nearly 95.75% of our eligible voters are actually registered to vote in Placer County. It's quite remarkable number for a growing county like ours. The statewide average is around 85%. Placer County continues to enjoy very high voter turnout. The presidential general election, our turnout percentages are usually 83 to 88% turnout here in Placer County. And finally, because of our unique Sign, Scan, and Go program that was created by my office, our in-person voter turnout is now usually highest in the state. For the November 2024 presidential election, nearly 24% of our voters who voted did so in person at a vote center. For perspective, that number was around 5% of our voters in 2022. Because of our high in-person turnout, we had fewer ballots left to count after Election Day, which means we shaved about 3.5 days of our post-election processing. And good government groups and the legislature are looking for ways to copy our success statewide, actually. So we had a great number of accomplishments this fiscal year, so we'll move on to the accomplishments slide. Thank you very much.
Can I just applaud you for that again?
Thank you.
I mean, every time we hear from our elected officials and our department heads, we're breaking ground, and I thank you and your team for those efforts. That's amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, we will carry that back. If they're not, they probably are all listening to this presentation too. But thank you so much. We have a great team. So first off, we began a 24/7 live stream feed of election activities in our office. As you know, we love to be able to be a transparent office. We look to provide even greater opportunities for transparency all the time. For people who come to our office in person, we provide tours for people that stop by, who want to see the operation up close. For those who want to spend a day or maybe several days in our office, we let them embed in our office, and they can be able to see really up and close and personal what we do on a daily basis. However, for those people who are concerned about what might be happening after we close our doors, we have now installed cameras that live stream the most sensitive parts of our operation. That includes the ballot counting room, the vote by mail processing room, and what we refer to as the cage, which is the area where we keep our programmable voting equipment. We'll always open our doors if we're in there working so that people can be able to be with us and see what we're doing. However, the live stream allows people to see for themselves when our doors are locked if we're back there handling ballots or working on the voting machines. Next, my office conducted the 2025 statewide special election. That was a huge accomplishment. Turnout for that election was 63%, which doesn't sound like anything to rave about. However, it was second highest turnout for counties above 150,000 registered voters and 13 percentage points above the state average, which was 50% on the dot. Thirdly, we continued our recorder fraud notification letter service at no cost to our residents. Homeowners are rightly concerned about being the victims of real estate fraud. Many will purchase protections from private companies to be alerted if a change occurs to the ownership of their property through a fraudulent document recorded. Some counties in California also provide this service, but most raise their document recording fees to do so. In order to provide that service to our homeowners, my office sent out 14,716 letters last year without raising our document recording fees to alert people that something was recorded against their property and to take action if they did not record that document. And finally, my team implemented a new high-speed ballot scanner and a new statement of economic interest, or what we all refer to as the Form 700 filing system. While we're seeing the number of in-person voters grow, most of our ballots are still being voted through the mail. And with that in mind, we invested in technology that allows us to count those vote-by-mail ballots faster than the scanners we previously used, but of course at no loss in counting accuracy. And as all of you may have noticed this year, we are using a new vendor for our Form 700 responsibilities. While they are new to us in the Form 700 realm, they're the same vendor we've been using for years to manage our Form 460 campaign finance disclosure reporting. We're going to move on now to the emerging issues and department priorities. Obviously, we're in the throes of the 2026 direct primary election with just 34 days as we sit here today until the election. However, the 2026 gubernatorial general election is only 188 shopping days from today. So most of the execution of that election will occur during the 26-27 fiscal year. Next, my recorder's office is moving 17,000 recorded maps to our new space-saving archival map storage system. This entails moving each map from its old cabinet, carefully removing the adhesive that hangs the map in their Mylar sheets, placing the map in a new Mylar sleeve, checking in when necessary, updating our indexing information in our system for each map, and filing it away in the new storage hangars. We began this process last fiscal year, but we encountered some problems. Unfortunately, most of the Mylar sleeves we received were defective, so the vendor has not only replaced all those bad sleeves, but they came on site and brought their own team on to help us finish that project in an expedited manner, which we did appreciate, but that's one of our emerging issues. And finally, in late 2025, Dominion Voting Systems sold their ballot tabulation system, the one that we use here in Placer County, to a company named Liberty Vote. While the product remains largely unchanged, Liberty Vote does have a product line of voter check-in stations, or what are known as poll pads, that we believe would help simplify the voter center setup process and speed up voter processing. Since we're scheduled to come back to you and talk to you on May 19th about that, consider this a priority preview. We will talk to you in a couple of weeks about that. We were asked once again to prepare some objectives and performance measurements for you. All of our performance measurements fall under the Innovative Integrated County Services Critical Success Factor in the county's list of strategic plan priorities. I'm sure you've spent hours on this slide, looking it over and getting accustomed to everything that is on there. I'm not going to rehash this much. As you can see, our objectives are to process recordings quickly, maintain a clean voter roll, and conduct elections accurately and with transparency. It's like some have said, it's kind of hard to create a soundbite, meaningful explanation of these. Obviously, factors can change this, but we're going to strive to do 100% accuracy all the time. This is our office's expenditure overview slide. We are anticipating total expenses of $15.8 million. As you can see, half of that is salaries and employee benefits. Roughly $5.5 million is for services and supplies. We have about $25,000 of interfund transfers. The remaining $2.6 million is other charges, which are A87 costs and the money that we pay to the local service clubs or philanthropic organizations who host a vote center and staff that location with their volunteers. And instead of paying individuals, in that case, we provide a donation to the club for their service. Next up is our office submitted revenue overview projection. The revenue breaks down like this. We are projecting total revenues to be $9.8 million. Part of that pie is labeled taxes. That really should say transfer taxes. As most of you know, transfer tax is a specific type of fee collected through the sale of property. I don't want you to think that that slide is telling you that we collected $6.3 million on the sale of 101 wedding rings. That's not the tax. Exactly, right? The next largest slice of the pie is charges for services. In a fiscal year that contains a general election, both the clerk recorder's office and the election side of my shop will have revenues coming in. We're anticipating $3.3 million here. $2.3 will come through the clerk recorder's services. The additional $1 million is anticipated revenue from conducting the November election, which I'll talk about in a moment. And then finally, there's miscellaneous revenues. This slide is mostly a percentage of revenues we get for collecting the state's SB2 tax. They call it a fee. I call it a tax. It's a low-income housing tax that we're required to collect via state law. And here's our revenue and expense comparison slide. First off, as you can see, my office brings in more revenue in fiscal years that begin with an even number, like fiscal year 24-25, or the budget we're submitting today. Because those are the years that we have general elections. When we have general elections, many of our cities, our school districts, and our special districts also have elections. When those entities have elections, my office can charge those districts for election services. We don't bring in the same revenue in odd-numbered fiscal years because those are the year with primary elections. Generally, the only entities having elections at that time are the county, the state, and the federal government. We can't charge the state or the federal government for their elections, so the county bears the full cost of conducting those elections. So we have about $1 million increase in revenue this fiscal year because the 2026 general election is a billable election. However, we do believe that this will be partially offset by a more than $200,000 decrease in recording fees. This is a trend that we've been seeing for the last 3 fiscal years, a decrease in that area. Now to drill down into expenses, as you can see, our expenses are up $900,000 from fiscal year 25-26. We have a $400,000 rise in A87 costs. We have a $450,000 increase in salary and benefits. Of that, $350,000 is employee salaries and benefits, or $300,000, and reclassifying our vote center workers bumped up our extra help costs about $150,000. And we have a $50,000 increase in the cost of services and supplies. This is mostly due to increases in software support. And then finally, our funded positions slide. We're not asking for any new positions this year. We're only seeking to fill the 6 funded positions that are now currently vacant, and we're actively recruiting to fill those positions now. As you can see, it's about 11% of our FTEs, but we're even in the throes of the election interviewing for the clerk side and for the the election side. I think that's it. I probably am really close to time, and I don't want to steal from Matt Maynard. He is a Washington Capitals fan, but he's still a nice guy. So I do want to give him plenty of time to speak. But Lisa, Steve, Melissa, Sarah, and I are here to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Questions or comments from board members? Wow. No one wants to say anything to you. Supervisor
Good.
Jones.
That's okay.
I will make comments on your new voting places that you guys have established just a couple of years ago. Well,
Yeah.
I think the last election.
Yeah, the
election
vote centers,
before
yeah.
this election. And my community found out, and they're going gangbusters to take their mail-in ballots over there to have them scanned and counted immediately. I think it was an amazing concept, and how many other counties are doing that?
So very few are doing what we do, which is why I think good government groups and some people in the legislature are looking to try to mimic it across the state. There are counties that will do a version of what we do, which is to allow voters to bring in their voted vote-by-mail ballot. They'll check the roster to make sure they haven't voted, and then they have them open the envelope, but they just deposit that ballot in a box. They're not scanned in front of them. Yeah. It's essentially it would be sign and go, as opposed to sign, scan, and go. The thing that I think that voters here in Placer County really appreciate is being able to see their ballot counted in front of them. They know when they walk away, they don't have to worry about when that ballot's going to be counted. They get to count it, see it counted right there. And that's why we're seeing this exponential growth in the number of in-person voting, and why we can be part of the solution of a problem that is largely a media problem, but it is a concern by many voters that think that post-election ballot counting is somehow maybe flawed or rife with fraud. It has the same controls and protections, obviously, but none of us like to see a ton of ballots counted after Election Day. So for Placer County to be in the forefront of having a way to not only increase voter satisfaction by seeing their ballot count in front of them, but also reducing the number of ballots we have to count post-election, I think is a really good thing. And so thank you for that,
Yeah,
shout-out.
that's a great feeling. You know, we feel like we get to vote on Election Day, but a few days earlier.
That's right, exactly. That's right. Or even the people that wait until Election Day. I mean, people are now encountering a little bit more of a line. I grew up in an era where if 2 people were in line, that was 2 people too many. But I'll tell you, people seem to really enjoy hanging out and talking with their neighbors and don't mind waiting in a short line to be able to get their ballots counted on Election Day. We'd much rather they come a little bit early. They'd counter no line if they show up in the days before Election Day. But we understand that voters like to wait until the last day for the last mailer, the last debate, the last whatever.
And I think your poll watchers that you put in place are part of that, the excitement for everybody,
Yes.
because they're all very polite and pleasant people. So.
For sure, yes, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks, Ryan, and thank you to you and your team, especially for the transparency that you provide to our community. I think it really speaks highly that there was a period of time where there was a lot of concern and some angst in some groups in the community, and you really have done so much outreach and work to invite people to come in and see what you guys are doing. So you're like the transparency superhero, I guess. So
Appreciate that.
So
thank
you for that.
Thank you so much.
All
everybody.
right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's that?
The second most fun team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe even the third most depends. Sometimes
Matt's coming up next.
I think Matt's
Yeah.
I think Matt's team can be a lot of fun.
You can be tied.
Well,
you can share it.
Yeah, I think that we should add to it that your staff, whenever we have to come into your office for anything, they're also pleasant, so that does make it a fun experience for all of us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank your staff. Thank you.
I just had one announcement. I've been asked where this softball game is going to be played. It is at Regional Park in Auburn at 3770 Richardson Drive. That's all I can say.
Okay.
Regional
All right,
Park.
what time?
So, I believe first games are like 8 o'clock.
Okay.
So, BYOB. Yeah. Bring your own bat.
Your own bat.
Bat.
Bring your own bat. Good morning, Mr. Maynard.
Good morning. How are you?
We're great.
It's great to see you. And everyone on the board, and Clayton and Daniel. We are the Assessor's Office. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yes,
we're all buckled in, ready to go.
We are fun. We might not be that exciting, but we're a lot of fun. Before I start, I do want to thank Lisa Holloway and her team for helping us with this budget process this year. And with me today is Ashley Gabriel, my Administrative Fiscal Officer, and Karen Lewis, my Chief Deputy Assessor. And Karen says that she'll answer all your questions if you have any. Let's see. All right, so much like the Recorder's Office, we are pretty straightforward. We're a general fund office, and we have 5 programs that come out of that, and it's appraisal, assessment, mapping, technology, and administration. And some of the accomplishments that we did this year, we're always very happy when we have a timely completion of the property tax roll. And we were able to do that for the 25-26 assessment roll, totaling more than $117 billion. So that was just under, it was like 5.8% increase, I believe, from the year prior, which is a nice steady growth. That's not anything that's too alarming, either too low or too high. So it looks like we are in a nice stable pattern, which is always nice to see. Of that, we did 14,000 transfers in completing that roll and 6,500 new construction events for that year. And so, I just want to point out that we did all this with 85 full-time employees. We have 44 appraisers that are licensed in our office that do all this work. And so they really go above and beyond. They work really hard to get this done every year. So I just want to thank them so much.
Matt, could you just clarify, did you say 1,600 new homes or parcels assessed?
6,500 new construction events.
6,500 new construction events. Thank you.
Yes. Another accomplishment, we have successfully redrawn over 140,000 parcels in our mapping project, where we have been, it's a multi-year project to remap every parcel and draw them from the ground up in Placer County, so that we can get our information up to date and have our maps as accurate as possible. And that's also part of us converting to a new GIS system, which will be much more efficient, and it's going to offer a lot more applications for the public to use, so that they'll have a lot more information at their fingertips that they can look through. Things are slowly evolving into more of a visual map type of way that people like to look at things. And so GIS is kind of becoming more popular with the public. So being able to offer these new things is going to be great. This project is on schedule, and it's supposed to be wrapping up next year as far as the remapping, and then we'll begin the training phase for our staff to move into a new GIS system. And then we also, we had we developed our own in-house application for mobile work on a phone, so our appraisal staff could go out in the field and take a phone out with them when they're doing their inspections, take pictures, have access to information. We've continued to refine and improve that this year. And it really reduces labor hours, because when they come back to the office with that information, it uploads into the computer system. They don't have to manually move it and type it over like they used to. So that's been a really great success for us. All right, so emerging issues and priorities. The first one I have on here is one it's been tough on our office. It's Prop 19. You've heard me yell it from the mountaintops. We are greatly impacted by that new legislation that went in 2021. It continued. I do have some numbers here because I knew that you were going to want to know the most recent. Yes. So we only have totals for the 24-25 tax year because we're still working on events for the 25 year. But in just the 24-25 year, the total monetary impact from Prop 19 was $956,800,000 was how much we left off the tax roll because of the Prop 19 exclusions.
And I think, I'm sorry to interrupt you right there. That's $956 million from county, special districts, schools, every agency that depends on a percentage of ad valorem.
Yeah.
And I keep sharing that number with our communities as we see demands going up, and yet this is an unfunded mandate. I mean, basically, we were supposed to have some sort of way to get this money back, but anyway.
That is the difficulty is, for us to administer this, we have to actually track it. And we have to track them in perpetuity, because if certain conditions are not met with the property, then they lose their exclusion, and we have to restore value back. But we have to track each one of these forever to make sure that that doesn't happen. And if it does happen, that we catch it. But the other thing is we have to report all this stuff to the state, because they're supposed to be tracking this, and they're supposed to be reimbursing counties for these losses. But to date, there's been no money put in that fund in the state, even though the law specifically says that it will. So
how much interest could we charge the state on the back?
Well,
Anyway,
and like the CAL FIRE was supposed to get a huge portion of that money as well. So there's just none there. So that was all part of the bill when it was passed.
So that was 1 year only, and that year will continue plus grow as.
Well, so the total so far.
I interrupted your presentation.
Since implementation, because I know that's also, we're looking at 2.45 billion as of the 24 events. So 25, of course, will add to that, and we'll just keep tracking it and moving it along. But another thing that I know that you're interested in is kind of who is moving here. And so the top 5 counties that are transferring their property values to our county, Sacramento, Santa Clara, Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Mateo. And so people are selling their homes in those counties for very high prices, and they're transferring their low base year values to Placer County when they buy their new home here. And that represents the loss. We don't get to enroll market value when they purchase it. We have to enroll their transferred base year.
Do you mind if I ask a follow-up question, Matt? So how many properties, like how many homeowners? It's $2.45 billion in lost revenue, but numbers, raw numbers.
We have, it's total, I think we have 30, it looks like 3,700 homes.
3,700 people who have moved from other areas and used.
Yeah,
the
and that we
Prop
have
19
tracked as a
exemption.
Prop 19.
Thank you.
Some of those have, some people have gotten a Prop 19 and then are no longer getting it, but this is the total.
Do they no longer get it because they've expanded their property, added on, or done some type of improvements? How do they?
Well, that's
lose
the
it?
other thing. When you use Prop 19, you actually have 2 years after you move into your new house to build anything that you would like.
Only 2 years.
As long as you have extra room in your base year value. It's actually extra room in your market value. So if you downsized, you're going to have a lot of extra room from what you sold your previous house for to what your new house is. So we have to track that too, because there's instances we get permits and we have to enroll, the improvements and put them into our characteristics, but we don't get any money for that.
Got
'cause
it.
it's
And then if
also
they go
excluded.
above it, that's when it kicks them out of the Prop 19.
Yeah, or if it's no longer their primary residence. So if they transfer their homeowner's exemption, or they start renting out their property, then it's pretty obvious that it's not their primary residence.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I haven't actually asked you further questions about this, so it's helpful.
Yeah.
And one other question. Do we know how many are transferring their property values out of Placer?
We do, and it's not a lot. If I think it was under 100, if I remember right. Yeah, I don't have that with me.
So we are very impacted compared to many counties in the state.
Absolutely. Yeah, people, they're coming here.
Those are real dollars that we're missing.
And everyone wants to live here, and that's a little bit more affordable than the Bay Area, and so they get more for their dollar up here.
So does that exemption go away if they transfer it to their kids? Or a kid, or?
No. If
Stays, right?
If their child makes it their primary residence.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yes. And each person can transfer their base year 3 times in their lifetime. So if you're married, as a married couple, you could do it 6 times. So, yeah. That was a good one.
So did you say that when someone does that, when they use that Prop 19, do they lose their Prop 13 protections?
No, that's what comes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Their Prop 13 gets to come with them.
Yeah, I know how it's affecting our income, the county, so thank you.
Yes. Then another emerging issue for us with all the growth, we have continued increases in assessment activity in South Placer. I mean, thousands of new homes are being constructed. We had 37 new subdivisions in the 2025 calendar year. And so with our office, we have to value the large lot sale when somebody buys the large lot. Then we have to process the subdivision maps and create all new parcels. And then we have to start valuing the homes as they're being built, and then we have to value the homes once they transfer. So we touch that many times for all these new subdivisions. And a thing that's going to continue to affect us and impact us is our ongoing mapping project. It is on time, but it does strain our resources and our staffing as we have to spend some time working on that project. Another priority for us in the upcoming year, we hope, is satellite office expansion to the South Placer area. We're going to increase our services to the public. The vast majority of people are moving to the South Placer area, and we really need to have an office there that people can come into easily. And workstation functionality. So we would like to replace our workstations because we have Herman Miller that was original to when we first moved in. I believe it's like 28 years old. They don't make it anymore. As pieces fall apart or break, we can't get replacement pieces. So it is time to address the situation. We've been making it work, but that's something that we're going to be looking to do. And then another one is maintenance and protection of historical maps. So we have some old books and old maps that have been pretty neglected over the years and just been shoved in cabinets or under a desk or, boxes. And some of them are in really bad shape, but they're very valuable and they're historical documents that we really need to preserve. And so they're like mining claim maps, they're unrecorded Haley maps, and a 1905 plat book that the binding is really falling apart. So we'd like to work with a restoration company to get those preserved. The plat map is really neat. I'll have to show you guys if you come by and see it sometime, because it's got all the old owners in 1905. The owners' names were written on all the parcels. It's really neat to see that history. Our performance measures, pretty simple and straightforward. Annual property tax roll delivered accurately and timely. That's always going to be number one. We've always been able to do that. I anticipate we will continue to do that because I quite frankly, demand it. So that's going to be done. The migration from CAD to ArcGIS Pro, we've talked about that briefly, kind of telling you where we're at. Phase 2 is now complete. We're going to be complete by the end of the year or very close. And then we'll enter Phase 3, which is the training. And then for the first time this year, we're going to publish an annual report. So I've asked my staff to start putting together all the numbers and information that we're going to need for our first annual report that we're planning to do each year. And that report will go out to the county, of course, to all of you, to our jurisdictions and to school districts, so that they can see kind of where all the numbers are. All right, so our expenses, the 80% of our expenses are salary and benefits. We really don't have a ton. We have services and supplies that cost 3.2. We do a lot of mailings. We do value notices each year that goes to every property owner in the county. So that's a big majority of our expenses. And this one's pretty straightforward. We're not a revenuing agency. We do get revenue reimbursed for our administration of the supplemental tax roll, and that's the majority of that revenue that comes in. The $200 miscellaneous that comes from our historical aircraft filings, which are $35 to register your aircraft historically and get an exemption. So, we don't have a lot of revenues coming in, but a property tax roll is a pretty big revenue. So I don't get to count that on here. The graph would look drastically different if I could do that. Here's our revenue and expense comparison over the years. our revenue is really close because the workload has been fairly constant in the last few years. And the main increases to our expenses are the salary and wages and the benefits going up. And we sit at 87 funded positions, 85 are filled. We do have 2 full-time vacancies right now, but we're kind of waiting to see exactly what we're going to need and how we're going to have to staff the Rockland office when it comes up. So, yeah, we've been able to keep our staffing levels by really utilizing technology where we can and taking advantage of it. So that's allowed us to stay pretty stable. And I think that's it. Is there any questions?
Okay, questions? Supervisor DiMattei.
Sorry, thanks, Matt. I was just thinking that you said we're leaving 956 million almost on the table, plus close to a couple billion. Is there a way to track? That's a lot of discretionary money that people are probably bringing in and that they're saving here. And I guess I would probably ask budget, and is that money being spent still in Placer County? Where, like, we're having record sales at the malls and car sales here in Rockland. I would just try to see if that money's really not leaving Placer County, but it's actually going to goods and services in Placer County.
I mean, I think that it would impact everything around as people move here. So, you know, and as the commercial centers are constructed to support that growth, I mean, they're going to have a little bit more money to spend. And,
right.
Yeah.
So probably not a net loss to the county, but maybe positive in the overrun of other businesses.
And I do think that just the sheer growth and people that aren't using Prop 19 is counteracting some of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great job.
If I could follow up on that, though, you know, really, when we look at the continued generational wealth and the driving demands on housing, they can then afford a bigger house, right? Because they're transferring this and driving housing prices up too. So, I mean, everything has if you have less taxes, you can afford more in the house. And so they're counting on that, and that is affecting housing prices. I'm sure, as we've seen our continued median housing prices go up. So this is a real concern, I think, in general, because even though they do, I agree, they probably do spend some of that money. As we get older, we tend to we spend less, we do less, we don't participate as much as younger families do when they're spending almost every bit they have in discretionary income. So I just raise this concern that I think we should continue as the board to talk to the state about. The bill said we would get refunded for this. We could designate it to housing, where we have a shortage committee that you're working on back there, or whatever we need to designate it to. But I think it's important for us to fight for that money to be, if it was in the bill that the voters passed, the state needs to reimburse us. And then we can have that opportunity to offset some things for our county and for our school districts and our fire districts and everybody who's losing revenue. People are moving here because of the tremendous investment we make in public safety and quality of life. They're benefiting from that, and yet they're not helping us achieve that, so.
No, I agree.
Yeah. They're going to move somewhere, I guess, with that money, so. Many move to Nevada, many move to other tax states,
Right.
So then they don't have that worry. We see that all the time, too.
Unfortunately, I think it's going to take litigation. I think it's going to take somebody suing the state and.
Well, there must be a
who's
group
gonna
of
do
us
that.
counties that could do a class action.
Yeah.
County council.
You wrote that down?
That proposition was passed a long time ago, so I think there may be concerns about statute of limitations, but we can certainly look into it.
Well, we're just seeing the impacts now. So when it passed in 2019, was it? No.
It was 2020, and I think it went active 2021.
It went active 2021.
So, yeah.
But we're just seeing the compounding of these impacts now as one county that is a recipient of so many. I don't think they anticipated the full fallout of that. So anyway, something to think about for our board as we're in Sacramento.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that, Cindy, with being on the CSAC board. The challenge is that the counties that have benefited are the Bay Area counties, at least in our area, and Los Angeles County. And so those counties continue to have a backfill when people move into their communities. And if we try to get a legislative fix, the challenge is we're not going to get Bay Area and LA electeds to be willing to make a legislative fix.
Because it would have to come from those counties.
It has,
Like,
right,
they
you have to have
make
those members
the
vote
balance.
for it. Yeah.
So that it
It's
will
a
be
hard one.
challenging.
But it's, I mean, it's worth talking about, but that's the, unfortunately, the political dynamic with it. I do have a question, Matt, and it always, for me, comes back to Bosch, and I know that they're just getting up and running. We're just now assessing their property and their personal property. And I think that's a question that I want to work with you on is, how does that increase? I know they've got some pushback on the personal property because they didn't anticipate the state of California's laws, maybe, I don't know,
Oh.
but they are pushing back a little bit. So I'd like to just have those conversations about how much additional revenue we are receiving from them in property tax, personal property tax, because it really is my intent not to just have it all go to the general fund and us think about how we utilize those dollars to mitigate effects in the community for other purposes.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
I look forward
Appreciate
to
it.
Yeah, Matt, my question on the Prop 19, how difficult is it to qualify for that? Because it looks like the state was specific as to what you have to be eligible to utilize Prop 19, or is it just anybody and everybody's being able to use it?
Essentially, if you're over 55, that's how you can transfer your base year, between counties or in the
Right.
same county. And then the other is just, it's between parent and child, and leaving property to them. So those are really kind of, there's very few, besides the requirement of it being your primary residence. So
Right.
they were trying to get away people doing this with rental properties. And unfortunately, there was a real famous case with, it was the Bridges family, like the actor Jeff Bridges, and they had a home in Malibu that they had left to the children. The parents did, they left to the children. The children had never lived there, and they were renting it out for, it was like $20,000 a month. But their base year taxes were based on 1978 base year. So that was kind of the one that people put up, like, this isn't fair, they're getting an advantage. But what this has also done is that it really has eroded the main way for people to transfer generational wealth. So before, under the Prop 58, was what used to kind of be the exclusion that you could leave property to your children. You could also leave, it was any type of property. So if you had a small business or anything, or a rental property, you could leave that, So like we're seeing in Tahoe, not a lot of people like to live in Tahoe year-round as their primary residence. But if they don't, when they transfer it to their children, we have to value it at full market value. So they lose that.
Okay, so my concern with losing this kind of money in our revenues to the county, when we're talking about, thinking of other ways to get revenue in for spending, maybe building, more affordable housing and stuff like this, what I see is we're growing the population, but we're not figuring out a way to grow our revenues for the services that we have to provide. Because, we keep growing and growing and growing, but we get less and less and less money to pay for all of the services that we need to provide all of our new residents. So I think we need to think of other ways to increase our revenue to provide the services also. Any ideas?
No, that's, I will
That's our
leave
job.
that to minds much greater than mine. Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Thank you, and thanks to the team, what great work.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for being our friendly neighborhood assessor.
Sorry,
And really
sorry,
cute-
Chair, can I?
Oh, yeah.
Just, Matt, if you could, my understanding is that assessment appeals have decreased over your tenure as our assessor. And I think that might be an important thing to note to the board, especially since we have partners at this table that assist with that process, but also just as a testament to your team for the good job that they do.
Yeah, thank you very much. They have gone down. We're holding pretty steady with our numbers each year. I don't know that we'll ever get below that just because it's just the nature. There's some people that just don't agree with how much they pay in taxes. I'm one of those people, by the way. But we haven't, the big thing that hurt us was the huge market crash in 2008, and we had, just thousands and thousands of people that were appealing, and so that took us a long time to dig out. But we've gotten pretty good. Our appeals team, we put a dedicated appeals team. That's all they do, is handle appeals, so they get used to working with the tax agents, working with the public. They know the system really well. It's helped streamline the process, so thank you.
And just one last thank you, too, for all of the mapping that you're doing. It's amazing to me that you've accomplished so much so quickly. That's a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And we have wonderful partners that are helping us. We are not, we're using a company that specializes in this to help us, but they've been wonderful.
But I think it was your idea that we better get going on it in the first place.
Yeah, it was. It was time.
With that, we are going to take a break until 12:30 when we'll come back and hear from our treasurer tax collector. Thank you.
Thank you.
They're going to serve hot beverages for lunch.
I don't know. It's so cold. My All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to get back with our budget presentations, and first up is our Treasurer Tax Collector, Tristan Butcher.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Honorable Board, Tristan Butcher, Placer County Treasurer Tax Collector. Today, I'm joined by Katie Kale, our Administrative and Fiscal Officer, and then also Jonathan Schmidt, our Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. Do we have a clicker? Or? All right, our budget structure, 1 fund, 2 cost centers, and 8 programs. I tried to keep this really short and sweet on the page, but I'm gonna go into far more detail. I'm really proud of the office's work this last year. The team in all 3 divisions has been working nonstop to upgrade so many different things. And I'll kind of walk through what we've done, but it's been a huge lift, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that they've been doing while they're doing their normal everyday job. So we implemented and deployed a brand new business license software that went live early January this year. And then we went live with our new TOT system, something that we've needed for a number of years. But we just went live in March, at the end of March. It's an adjustment for operators, but the feedback we've received has been incredibly positive as a big step forward. And we're already seeing the efficiencies for the operators and for staff internally and across the county. So it's a huge win overall. We're also scheduled to deploy our brand new collection software in May. That again has been something we've been working on as a county for 8-10 years. And so we're pretty excited that we're coming up to the finish line and we can actually start utilizing that tool. In January, we also went live with a new software that we designed and implemented in coordination with IT. It's an in-house software that we developed that allows retirees to pay their benefits online through an invoicing software. It was a big step forward for them, make it a lot easier so that they're not having to send checks. Now they can set up monthly payment plans. They can have reoccurring auto payments. It's, again, a big step forward, something that we worked on to upgrade the Revenue Services Division. This year, we managed $1.55 billion in property tax charge. We had over 238,000 bills for both secured and supplemental. In the month of February and March, during our property tax due date most recently, we answered over 5,000 calls in our Auburn office. I'm incredibly proud with the customer service level that the team puts forward on a regular basis, usually getting those calls resolved in less than 3 minutes. So they do a great job at answering questions, making sure everybody understands their situation, and then move on to the next one. It's a huge lift with the number of employees that we have. We also implemented a new credit card system. This system does a few different things. It allows for auto pay for property taxes. You can pay by Venmo, Apple Pay, Google Pay, all the pays, any and all pays. But also it does e-billing, something that we've never had in our county. And so it just makes it easier for people to receive their property tax bill. Move on to our Treasury team. Treasury team's been very busy this last year. We've got a higher rate of return than the state's LAIF program, but we did that very strategically as we built the yield back. Our new weighted average maturity is now 2.5 times what LAIF has. So that means that the distance for the time that when we buy a maturity, we're looking at it maturing within 645 days. So that means that if the market did tank, that we'd see a higher return for a longer period of time. LAIF right now is running at about 260 days. So we're 2.5 times that, and we're having a higher rate of return for our Treasury depositors. We're real close to that 4% return month over month. At the beginning of the fiscal year, we actually instituted a cash handling training in person for certain departments and special districts. It came to our attention that not every department has the same experience that we have when it comes to cash. And so we designed a training, and we went out and met with these departments and showed them how to find out if they have a forgery bill, or how to count cash back, and do all the basic things that we take for granted here in our office, but to make sure that our skills are at the level they need to be to protect us as a county. That was a very successful program, and so now we've actually, we're wrapping up our video series where we're having that cash handling procedure in place so we can send it out to all the special districts, the schools, and the county, and they can take it anytime they want. We are utilizing an AI software program to help put that together, so that way we can upgrade it as new emerging issues come up. So it's always up to date. We've also worked with a bunch of our high volume depositors that receive checks to get them check scanners. The idea behind that is that we're making them more efficient at the end of the day. And the faster that money gets into the treasury, the faster it can be invested, and the better return that we can get for our depositors. So it's kind of a twofold thing, but at the end of the day, it's a good investment in these depositors to make sure that they can get things done a lot faster instead of having to come in and actually do it in our office. Every initiative that we've worked on in the last year has made it easier for the public to access our office and access the county. And like I said when I started this, I'm incredibly proud of the team and how hard they've worked at getting these things done. And it's great to have my ideas come to life and for them all to get put in place. So that might have been a little bit longer than what I originally had. And let's keep the theme alive. I'm going to go into a little bit more depth about our emerging issues. The enhancing efficiency through the use of the new software programs or platforms. We've got a bunch of new software pieces in place, and now for the next year going forward, we're going to try to build in the efficiencies into those. For example, the credit cards, now that we have a new credit card processor, we're going to be working with every department to bring them onto that new credit card processor. It allows us to do a bunch of different things in there, including in the future, we're going to be accepting crypto. We won't see the crypto, the Treasury will not be receiving it, we're going to be doing it responsibly. So at the end of the day, what we will see is cash, but we will give an option through a third-party payment provider to be able to pay in crypto, and then we receive the actual cash at the end of the day.
You know, I'm very excited about
I do,
this.
Madam Chair, and I wrote that one down, and this is something we were able to implement, so I'm pretty proud that we're able to deliver on it at the end of the day. We're going to be working on improving our TOT compliance going forward with our new software. It should make that a lot easier for the operators to pay, but also with improving compliance, we're going to do a lot of that through education. Going out and meeting the public where they are, educating them on the subject, making sure that they're following in line with all of the rules of the county and the TOT system. So we're pretty excited that we're going to have a tax collections investigator that's going to work through business licenses, TOT, unsecured taxes, to be out in the field and actually make that happen. So, but it starts with the education and getting everybody on board.
Tristan, sorry, could
Yes,
I
ma'am.
ask what the timeline is for the being able to accept crypto?
We're looking at the beginning of the fiscal year. And so just to be clear, we will not accept it as a treasurer. Yeah.
Yes.
But we will have a form in place
Yes,
that,
okay.
that people can pay through it. Transitioning warrant payments to EFTs. So this is something that we've been working with the Auditor-Controller's office on for the last year. We were a little ahead of everyone else in doing so. We had some updates that I'll go into here in a little bit that came forward, but it's been something we've been actively working. And the way that we've done it currently is we've been very matter of fact of letting people voluntarily sign up for this. So now going forward, we're going to kind of change our direction. We're actually going to work with our largest regular payees to get them on board. So it helps minimize the number of warrants going out, and we can actually have a majority of our payments go out through electronic funds transfers. And then meeting legislative and regulatory changes. As many of you guys know, I'm the chair of the Treasury Committee for the State Association of Treasurer Tax Collectors. I'm also on the Legislative Committee. So we spend a lot of our time addressing bills and making sure that when they come forward, that they don't negatively impact Placer County at the end of the day. One of the big things coming up is the NACHA operating rules update. That's something that we've been pretty proactive. It goes back to that electronic funds transfer and making sure that we have a detailed process in place. And when we worked with the Auditor-Controller's office, that's something we put in place. And through our Workday software, it's able to be included all the way throughout the process to secure those that payment information. We've got a variety of bills coming forward that we're working on to make sure that it minimizes impacts on Placer County. Going forward, we're not taking our foot off the gas. This is where we really get to start expanding the use of the efficiencies that these software systems have. They're great as they are right now. They're going to be much better in another year. That's all I got on that. Move on to the next one. Performance measures, we hit all of our performance measures. These are all statutory requirements. We do this every year, inside and out. I'm going to actually transfer the charts over to Katie because this is her, she's been super excited about coming and speaking in front of you guys. She loves public speaking, so yeah, she's pumped, so.
Okay, so these are our expenses. We're looking at spending about $11 million, a little over that. Our largest category will be the salary and employee benefits at about 7.6 million. Our services and supplies will be around 3.3 million. About 40% of these expenses will come from our larger professional services and software contracts. Our other charges are $383,695,000. These are 887 charges. And then the interfund transfers will offset our expenses at about $141,000. And this is where our admin cost recovery for Department HH collections comes in. Next slide. Our total revenues will be a little over 7 million. Our largest category for this are charges for services. Almost half of that comes from our investment services. And then about a quarter of that is from court collection fees. The smaller ones, or smaller revenue sources, are fines, forfeits, and penalties at $125,000. These are penalties and costs from delinquent taxes. Our license, permits, and franchises, this is where our business license revenue comes in at $160,000. Our non-operating revenue is the 887 revenue, and this is coming in at about $80,000. Our taxes are $131,000 coming in from our tax defaulted land sale and our hotel motel taxes. And then we have miscellaneous revenue at $3,000, excuse me. And looking at the bar graph from fiscal year 23-24 to fiscal year 24-25, you'll see a big jump. This is where revenue services transition from CEO to Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. And then from this current fiscal year to the next, the expenses and revenues remain relatively flat. Our primary source of revenue is, like I said, from investment services, but also TOT reimbursements and non-sufficient fund fees. Because these revenue streams are subject to various external factors, fluctuations are expected and normal for these revenue streams. We have a few variances. Treasurer Tax Collector has about $523,000 increase in salaries and employee benefits. This is primarily due to salary, wages, and the retirement ledgers. Revenue Services has a $324,000 decrease in services and supplies. We had a few large contracts that are discontinued, and most of our implementation fees for these larger softwares were paid in the last fiscal year. We also have a $230,000 decrease in Revenue Services for our non-operating revenue, and this is due to the decreased A87 revenue. Lastly, we haven't asked for any new positions, so we're at 54 positions for the year with 10 vacancies. At least 2 of those we're actively trying to fill right now.
And I'll go into that just a little bit more. As we've been going through these software conversions, we've held off on hiring. Obviously, that causes more of a strain on employees in the office, but we felt that it would be better to wait till these new software systems were deployed before we start hiring and making sure that we're efficient with who we do hire going forward. So with that, I want to thank your board for your support and CEO's office and CEO. It's been incredibly helpful as we go forward. We appreciate the commitment you guys made with us being able to upgrade these systems. And I think at the end of the day, the residents of Placer County and the business operators here are going to reap the benefits. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
All righty. Questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Gustafson.
Tristan, thank you, and great job for your team. And I know right after lunch is hard too. But the transition on TOT coming into your department has made the world of difference, I think, in the new tracking system. I am so appreciative of that. And I'm hopeful that we, through that, can also see trends that allow us ahead. I mean, because there was such delay in some of them reporting, and it would be months till we knew, were we ahead, were we behind? It really affects so many businesses in that area to understand the occupancy rates and what's happening. So I appreciate it very much. And I don't know if you can shed any light on the reporting, but I hope it's improved and more timely.
Sure. So the reporting, we're still working through that process right now, building out the reports to what we had before and making sure that we're not duplicating work or making unnecessary work. As far as that goes, I know one of the issues that we had before was that we had quarterly filers, and those quarterly filers would only report the full quarter's funds that they were remitting. They didn't break it down by month. So it made it incredibly hard to go back and look and see what months were off and what months were better. So going forward, they are now going to report still quarterly, but they're going to report those monthly values. The goal there was that we would still stay in line with the TOT ordinance, but it allows us to have that deeper reporting in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you covered that with me a little bit ago, and I'd forgotten exactly what the tweak was there, but thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Well, you made it pretty easy for us, so
Awesome.
Thank you. We appreciate all the work you're doing and your team as well.
Thank you, guys. New record.
All right. Yeah, you get gold star for today.
I did win. Thank you.
All right, next up we have our Auditor-Controller, Andy Sisk, and team.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, Daniel Clayton, Andy Sisk, County Auditor-Controller. Behind me is the brains behind the office, Nicole Howard. I think most of you know my Assistant Auditor-Controller. And to my right is my Admin Fiscal Officer, Leanna Lipsmeyer. Many of you have not seen her. You probably all think I put the numbers together in our two budgets, but it is actually Leanna that does all the hard work. She does all the great work behind the scenes, and she makes me and Nicole look good, and is one of our unsung heroes. So I'll stop raving about Leanna and all the great things she does. And I also want to give a special thanks to Lacey Friedman, our CEO analyst, who worked with us to put this budget together. So I'll start with the Auditor-Controller's budget. We actually have two funds. So we have a General Fund Cost Center, and then we also have the Workday Support Org Cost Center. The Auditor-Controller Cost Center, as I mentioned, resides in the General Fund and provides services such as payroll, general accounting, financial reporting, internal audits, property taxes, and administration. The Workday Support Org is an internal service fund, which provides ongoing service and enhancements to the countywide accounting and payroll system, Workday. This still is the envy of many counties statewide, that we have a dedicated post-support organization that supports the application, because the application is always changing. So again, when I went to our conference last week, I brought a number of people from my Workday support team, and again, received a number of kudos from my colleagues about the great work that this team is doing. Some of our accomplishments. Some of these are repetitious, but I continue to focus in on all these events and functions. And we've really focused on CSUS, Sacramento State, and Sierra College. Last year, we hired 2 interns from Sierra College. This was the first time we brought on 2 interns into our accounts payable unit. And I can tell you that our presence out in the universities and the Sierra College is paying dividends. People now remember when I was at Sierra College 2 or 3 years ago talking to the accounting club. They've now transferred from Sierra College over to Sac State. And they remember my presentation. Do you remember me? No, I'm not sure I remember you, but I'm glad you remember me, and I'm glad you came to our booth, which is at Sac State. And this is what we call the Meet the Firms event. There are 24 firms approximately that are represented. We're the only county in the region represented there. There's no cities, no other counties. There's 4 state departments. They're always competing with the state to attract talent, and then a number of CPA firms. I also want to extend a special kudos to Lindsay Raynal. She's our HR analyst. She has been a partner with us for at least 5 years, attending many of these events. These events are always after hours. So a big shout out to Lindsay Raynal. You are a superstar. We have also continued to provide training where we can. And I've gone over and belabored all the training that we have provided over the years. We did a concerted effort last year to provide some single audit training to county employees. But this is an area that is still a challenge for us. And I'm trying to figure out ways to kind of bridge that gap. Some of my ideas, and I'm going to pull it up here, and it came from a recent article from our external CPA firm, who actually presented on this subject last week. 8 tips for closing the knowledge gap of new hires in local government finance. And a couple of the first bullets resonated with me: preserving institutional knowledge, and then proper onboarding. And this is now what I'm learning from our employees, is that it's not just accounting, but how do you enter things into the system? How do I get a document paid? How do I process a journal entry? How do I prepare a budget amendment? These are some of the basic routine tasks that we perform, but our employees still need that knowledge gap. And so I'm going to continue to work with HR and the Learning and Development Division to see if we can build out a more robust onboarding program into the Workday application. Oh, back up. It doesn't allow me to go backwards. Oh, there we go. Oh, let me go backwards. There we go. We have successfully completed 16 financial and compliance audits. In addition, we have successfully performed and issued 15 internal audit reports in 24-25. Again, this is our forte. Auditor-Controller's Office, we conduct audits. We are audited all the time, not only by our external CPA firm, but as some of the board members know, we're also audited by the state when it comes to our cost plan, property tax apportionment, and recently the courts, because we're still joined at the hip with the courts, which we talked about before with our employees, court employees still on our miscellaneous pension plan. The last bullet, I put it here every year, but again, my staff continues to provide outstanding customer service to the public, county departments, special districts, and JPAs. Again, I am blessed that I have superstars that work hard to achieve that goal. Whether it's working nights, weekends, on their RDOs, my managers are there for the citizens of Placer County. I'm going to come back to this slide because this one I think is going to really be a good closer. So I want to jump into the numbers. Spend a little time here. So performance measures. Kind of the theme you're hearing from the assessor and the treasurer. Well, we want to make sure our goal is to extend the secure tax roll by September 1st. This is why it is so important that there's an August Board of Supervisors meeting so we can get the board to approve the tax rates. As soon as those tax rates are approved, we then send the extended tax roll over to Treasurer Tax Collector, who then sends out the bills. Doesn't come from Andy, they come from Tristan. So good luck, Tristan, when you send out those bills. We continue to pride ourselves on the receipt of the GFOA Officer Certificate of Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting. It has now been 24 straight years for the county's ACFR. Today I received a notice. I was hoping to say today publicly that we got it now for 25 straight years, but the notice actually came in for Western Placer Waste Management Authority, which we also send to the government finance officers, and they were awarded the certificate today. So that notice came in. That's now 12 straight years for Western Placer Waste Management Authority. And then the last is the number of MOUs with our special districts and JPAs. Definitely this was an idea that I came up with when the Workday system was implemented. We currently have 33 MOUs, but don't let that fool you, because we provide services to probably close to 50 to 60 special districts and JPAs in Placer County. Some of them are not even called special districts and JPAs, like LAFCO, which is a statutorily created agency. Placer County Transportation Planning Agency, a statutorily created agency. So we're providing services to a number of entities.
Can I ask you a question, Andy?
Yes.
First of all, I really appreciate that. Do other auditors and other counties provide that same service to the JPAs and special districts?
Yes and no. And I say that because this was another great topic we were discussing last week at our conference. A number of my colleagues have been reaching out to me. Again, we're kind of blazing the trails with some of these new ideas. And this is one that now people are asking me, how are you charging your districts? We want to start charging our special districts and JPAs because we're finding, and this is what we're finding, especially in the rural counties, now we're finding we're having to do more accounting work instead of making sure they get audited. Many of these smaller districts struggle to find bookkeepers and accountants to do the work. So now they're coming to the Auditor-Controller's offices to assist.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. So a quick summary of the expenditures of the Auditor-Controller's office. No surprise, 80% of our budget, I think I've heard that number a couple times this morning, is comprised of salaries and benefits. When you look at service and supplies, the biggest cost there would be our licensing agreement with Workday, which is just a little over $1 million. When you look at our revenues in the Auditor-Controller's budget, it's comprised of two key areas: the non-operating revenue, 87 costs. So while other departments are getting charged the cost, well, we reap the benefit, I guess, of bringing in revenue into our budget, which then reduces our net county cost. Charges for services of $8.4 million is comprised of two things. One, our Workday support org charges to county users. And number two, our property tax charges that we not only are allowed to do pursuant to SB 2557, but we also charge entities to put anything on the tax roll. And so that's what we call a direct charge. It could be a special tax, it could be an assessment. This is why we don't put property taxes in our MOUs, because you already have another mechanism to charge our special districts, JPAs, and any of those that put something on the roll. Here's a nice little chart that kind of shows a little bit of the actuals over the years, what we adopted, what was the submitted budget. I know one of the things that caught me a little by surprise in our budget, we had like 115% increase. It's about $84,000. But when you see that large of a percentage increase, you're going to question it. And it was related to some ISF charges based on claims that were being paid out. I know when I inquired about it, it was, I guess, property tax litigation that is being charged to my office, which impacts the unitary roll. The unitary roll deals with utilities and how we put the utilities on our roll. And there's been a number of lawsuits in this area statewide. So I moved onward. I'm not going to quibble over $84,000, but someone made the decision, hey, this should go to the auditor's budget. So I wanted to highlight that because that did stand out when I was looking at our year-over-year comparison. On this page, this is our support organization. I think one of the things we are working on, and we've already did some strategic planning on our Workday licensing agreement, we're no longer going to license for Prism Analytics. This was some software that was really rolled out in two phases. One phase was to allow us to keep our legacy data that was in our old accounting system and our old HR system. But the second piece was to roll out Prism Analytics to other county departments so they could maybe utilize some of their ancillary systems, merge it in with Workday, and spit out some data. Unfortunately, that has not, we haven't got to where we can get the full use out of Prism Analytics. We now have another solution for our legacy data, so it does seem like it's the right time to roll this out of our licensing agreement and think of some other things that maybe county departments can utilize from the Workday application. positions. So currently, the Auditor-Controller's Office has 58 allocated positions. This position count, though, has now increased from 58 to 60. And I want to give special thanks to our CEO for working with me, Daniel Chatney. I needed 2 positions to keep up not only with the workload of special districts and JPAs, but also to keep up with the workload that's coming from county departments. And so I asked for another accounts payable technician, and I asked for another payroll technician. And so the compromise Daniel and I reached was a 50-50 split. I would increase my charges to special districts from $450,000 to $570,000, with the other $120,000 being used from the $1 million I have in contingencies in the Workday Support Org budget. We decided we would revisit this as we move forward because there's always a catch-22 there. And of course, I got the phone call this morning from one of our special districts on why their costs went up. And so now I have to go meet with the Mosquito District to kind of have that conversation as to why the costs went up. And I know I can justify it, but these are things that come with, you know, increasing your charges to users. People pay attention, just like I pay attention to my budget. I don't blame Joel Bittner at all for looking at his budget and why his charges have increased. So now I'm going to go back. I don't want to talk about the library, even though I like our libraries. So this is emerging issues and priorities. So first, you know, my primary goal is doing all I can to try to return the county to a low-risk oddity status. As I mentioned to the audit committee at the audit committee meeting when we last met, we have no material weaknesses for June 30, 2025. That's a huge accomplishment for the county. We have 1 more year to go. So if we can get through June 30, 2026 with no material weaknesses in our internal controls, we're then a low-risk auditee. Why is it a bad thing to be high risk? And I know our external auditors talked a little bit with our audit committee. Well, it's not that bad. Well, it's threefold. One, and I know our partner explained this, that high risk means they're going to have to cover more of the single audit, more of the federal expenditures. So instead of doing 4 programs, they're going to do 6 programs. The department that's going to be impacted is HHS because they have most of the federal dollars flowing through them. So it is an impact of the department, the workload. They're constantly being audited. So I don't want them to have to continue to be audited and have 2 more programs that then their staff have to take time out of their day to respond to external audit requests. I think anybody can say, we don't want the auditors in our office. We want them to go away, right? Number 2, it's more audit fees. They charge us about $6,000, $7,000 for each major program. So, you know, you're looking at maybe a $15,000 increase in audit fees when you have more major programs. But I think the big thing that resonates with me is when you apply for a grant, and if there's a question that says, are you a high-risk or low-risk auditee, I think most of our departments want to say we're low risk. And so right now they have to say they're high risk, which then could deter maybe a grantor from giving us money. So that's what to me is the most significant part of probably being a high-risk auditee. Number 2, we are constantly trying to keep up with the demand for accounting services from county departments, special districts, and JPAs. We're doing all we can to perform the additional quality control before payment documents, wires, and journal entries are posted to Workday. This is the same for payroll, which is why we needed these 2 bodies, and I thank Daniel again and his team for giving us those bodies. But I thought I would share, if I can find my notes here, some of the comments that we receive from other county departments. It's a pressure cooker. We're stretched thin. We're burned out. We need time to analyze and think. I have several priority tasks, so reconciling ledgers is not a top priority. These are the things that we see coming in to our office, whether it's verbal communication to me or people putting these things in writing. We feel this way as well, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks. That's why we are spending more time probably asking questions. And I know people don't like auditors asking questions, but we are asking more questions of our county department staff. I'll keep going. Keep thinking this is going to, employee recruitment and retention. So our job specifications compensation for accounting and fiscal classifications is outdated. I've talked about this for many, many years. We have been in the queue for a number of years to look at the accounting series. The good news is I was able to look at the senior accountant job spec, and I was able to make some non-substantive changes. But anything that's substantive in nature needs to be negotiated. So then I get stuck. But I'm ready to help out HR in this endeavor. I've looked at all the job specs, so when they're ready for me, I'm ready for them. I will give them my thoughts, my feedback on all the job specs, ranging from AFO to AFOMS to the accounting series. I'm not going to mess with staff services analyst, even though I don't think staff services analysts should be doing accounting work, because it's not in the job spec. Our hiring practices, great article again from our colleagues at GFOA. Outdated hiring practices can lead to 4 costly consequences: fragmented customer service, deleted problem solving, eroding workforce productivity, time and energy losses for the team and leadership. These are things that all resonate with me, and it's a challenge. It's a recruitment and a retention strategy challenge. Compensation strategies. As you can tell, I do a lot of reading. And so when you read, you see some of these great articles. And I shared this with our HR director a couple of weeks ago because it resonated. It was a compensation strategy written by True Comp. The competitor you didn't see coming. The threat to your workforce isn't coming from the private sector. It's coming from the county next door, the city down the freeway, the school district across the town, the water district with a newly approved pay scale. Other public entities understand your compensation structures, your budget cycles, and your constraints, and they're using that knowledge to recruit your best people with targeted, competitive offers. They attend the same professional conferences, they read the same job board. Their HR teams know exactly what positions are hard to fill and what it takes to attract someone away. So I say all this, and based on all this, I believe it is time that the county revisit our compensation philosophy and update it accordingly. There are simply too many unanswered questions and too many unwritten rules, especially surrounding compaction. This is something I'm still struggling with today. And I struggle with because I don't understand when we make negotiations with PPO why managers don't get the same package. Case in point is CIA pay. We granted CIA pay to our PPO employees. It's a certified internal auditor, but management is excluded. And I've been asking for the CIA pay for my internal audit manager who actually needs it to sign reports. And I've been working on this since September 2024. And today it's still unresolved. I'm hoping it gets resolved sooner than later because it's a morale killer. My manager should get it, and I don't want to have to keep fighting this battle because I fought 20 years for the elected official, the Auditor-Controller, to get CPA pay. So I don't want to get locked into the CIA pay issue. I know we're going to be looking at our strategic plan, and I'm looking forward to participating in it and looking at these critical success factors. I went back to 3 presentations I've made, and I know one of the things that really resonated with me when I looked at those critical success factors is there was no discussion about employees. But to be successful with those critical success factors, you need employees to get the work done. So that's something I know I'm really focused on. You can probably tell in this presentation, I'm really focused on our workforce and making sure that they have the tools they need. As I was looking back and thinking about COVID and going back to 2020, and hopefully this resonates because there's been a lot of change since 2020. We have 3 new members on the Board of Supervisors. We've had 3 CEOs during this time frame, and 12 department heads have left during this time frame. In 2020, we had 2,912 positions funded. Today, we have 2,938. That was 25-26, so that's a 0.9% increase. However, our budget has gone up $151 million, almost close to 15%. I make this point because I think it's time that we invest in our people. And whether it's hiring more bodies, and I know budgets are tough, but we might need to open the pocketbook a little bit because if we don't, I can see maybe things continue to fall through the cracks. And this is something I'm observing as your county auditor-controller. And last but not least, succession planning. And really, this is just workload in the auditor-controller's office. One of my requests this year And you can see that I've got 9 management positions eligible to retire between now and 3 years. And subsequent to me submitting my request for another Assistant Auditor-Controller allocation, I already have 2 retirement notices that will happen in 26, 27, with a third coming in December 2027, which is the 27-28 budget year. So I need to start planning for this change, and this will be a big change. These are people that have quite a bit of institutional knowledge, areas like the cost plan, areas like the ACFR, and more importantly, the area that I think we're vulnerable, which is property taxes. At this point in time, it's Andy and Roxanne that know the details of the property tax apportionment process. Anthony, my property tax analyst, will be able to take over as the property tax manager when my property tax manager decides to retire. But I need my assistant, and my assistant is great behind me, and I've said this many times, but we are stretched very thin. And so Nicole pretty much handles the day-to-day payroll issues that bubble up, and there's a lot going on in the payroll area. And conversely, I handle everything that comes up on the property tax side. And there's quite a bit going on the property tax side. Also, as your auditor-controller, I'm overseeing a division, the Workday Support Org, and it was by design at the beginning for me to oversee the division. This is a division of 15 people. It's time for me to rip that Band-Aid off and have that Workday Support Organization report to an assistant. Last but not least, this board gave me a management position, I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago, to oversee special districts and JPAs. And it's been critical. It's been huge relief for us to have that. But one of the things I'm realizing, and this is probably one of my managers that will be retiring within 2 years, so I'm kind of what I'm asking CEO and the board is kind of like a temporary borrowing to get me moving with an assistant auditor position. Because at the end of the day, and I know I shared this with Supervisor Gustafson the other day, I can't run away from special districts. They keep finding me. And it makes sense because special districts touch every division in my office: property taxes, payroll, general accounting, financial reporting, internal audits, and my Workday support team. And so it does make sense that the auditor-controller needs to be very involved with what's going on with special districts. So I'm hoping that I can get, in working with CEO, an approval to get this assistant auditor-controller position, then and it would be permanent, so I'd have 2 assistants, 1 assistant overseeing 4 divisions, 1 assistant overseeing 3 divisions. Again, yes, it aids in succession planning, and I can tell this board when the time is right and you see these retirements, we're going to have a team that can move up. And guess what? I got a team below that team that'll be able to move up as well. Yes, there will be positions we have to recruit for, but there are some that I won't have to recruit for because some are unclassified. And so in conclusion, as I'm getting to the conclusion, I became auditor in April 2012. And next week I was down in Ventura County. They were hosting the conference. And I had the privilege of going to our evening function at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Museum. And we also got to have dinner under Air Force One. So it's one of those things you just will never forget. But taking the tour, there was a quote from our 40th president that definitely resonated with me. There is no limit to what a man can do or where he can go if he doesn't mind who gets the credit. And this is something I prided myself on. I've surrounded myself with a very talented management team, and I'm blessed to have them. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Andy. Questions? Supervisor?
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate the hard work and your continued reminder of the importance of succession planning, educating our employees when it comes to budgeting and how to do those really important things like journal entries, et cetera. Like, not my favorite thing, it never was, but I'm glad I don't have to do that. But it's really important, right? Like, in order to have good records, we have to have good input. And so I really appreciate you doing that. And I did have a question. Jay Panzica is moved off of the audit committee. Do you have a new public member as of yet? Are y'all recruiting? I don't know what happened there.
Yes, there was a recruitment. I had someone that had expressed some interest. This was the beauty of going to city county official dinners. I had a chance to talk with Andy Fecco and said, what is Joe Parker doing? Joe Parker was their finance director at PCWA. Joe Parker has agreed to join our audit committee, and I believe it goes to the board in May for
Oh,
approval.
that's great. It's always great to have people who have that experience
Yes.
directly. So that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Great.
He is excited about joining the board and asked me if he needed to keep his CPA license active, and I said it's not a requirement for this job.
Thanks, Andy.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
Other questions? Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you, Andy, and thanks to your team. Great job. On the special districts, well, first off, on the position, so the submitted position does not include this additional position you're seeking, so that would be a supplemental that you're, okay.
Right.
Just wanted to make sure I thought I
Yes.
understood it that way. Second thing was on the special districts, from a policy level, the independent, small special districts, there's, what I'm learning, what I'm seeing is some of those with very limited funding, cemeteries in particular, but some other smaller districts, they're facing this crisis. I mean, continuing demands, the same issues we're facing, but they have no succession planning. For their board members, lack of training and sophistication, understanding. And I think from a policy level, I'm just sharing that you're inheriting these audits and these practices, what you did with the Colfax Cemetery. Thank you for helping us dig the records out and figure out what to do there, because it's a mess, and we have to somehow bring that forward from a policy level as a county and be thinking about how we address those issues. Because many of them are just limping along and then coming to you. They can't find auditors that can, I mean, the audit costs more than, I don't know how much of their budget, like just to have an independent audit. So Andy's team has stepped in and helped make that happen. But we can't, I don't feel it's right for us to continue not to say things, because I don't think the public understands how desperate it was in that particular case. It was about to fail. I mean, we had one board member left, and so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I can comment that our legislature does not understand this issue. We're working with Senator Nilo on Senate Bill 992, and basically the changes we wanted made. One of the big changes is after 5 years of doing, let's say, a compilation, that you have to do an audit. Well, my colleagues are saying, I've got special districts that have annual revenues of $10,000 to $25,000. So to do an audit, even after 5 years, it's going to take half of their budget away.
Yeah.
And so, for whatever reason, the chair of the Assembly Committee was hung up on about transparency. How can we allow some special district not to have an audit? And so today is actually the hearing, and I wasn't able to make it today because this is more important than being down there. But Nilo and I are going to be meeting in 2 weeks, and then we're going to take a stab at it when it jumps over to the Senate side, because we'd like to get these changes made. Because I know again, big discussion last week. I know that as an association, we're very concerned as auditor-controllers. And I don't think that people at the state level understand that many of my colleagues are now doing the accounting work. And so we want to move away from an audit and do more agreed-upon procedures, which is something we talked about at our last audit committee meeting on some other audit work we may want our CPA firm to do.
Well, I appreciate that very much. I still have a policy issue, as you know. Audits can only attest to those they can't make decisions on was there a policy in place, right, for the one we're talking about? There was a receipt, they asked you for a payment. It isn't your job to judge, was that a legitimate expense? Those are the things that I don't think the public understands could be happening, and even the best audit won't question as long as the practice was followed, but not the justification, right? The policy level. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
I'm not saying it very articulately.
No,
I'll let the audit team tell me that. But those are the things that concern me, and the burden is falling on you, because I'm calling you going, well, what do we do here? And I think we need to address this for the public. So, and just coming your way next year, maybe, or in our strategic plan, how we address these. Because even LAFCO isn't really looking at what's the expenditure. Is that a legitimate expenditure? And did they do that correctly? So thank you for your help on at least getting us to the point where maybe we don't bankrupt them over doing an audit, but we still have to dig a little deeper into those expenditures, so thank you.
You're welcome, Cindy. Thank you.
Supervisor DiMattei?
Thank you, Andy, for that. And thanks for bringing up the succession planning. Obviously, it's working. We saw it with Brian here earlier today. We see it with Clayton sitting here with us. And I hear it all the time from all the departments that if we're going to want to continue having great succession and having the county succeed, that we also need to up our recruitment turnover time too. So we have a lot of work to do to make sure that you guys all have the people learning the tools that we need to keep our succession going, because we are growing and we do have a large budget, and our audit team is a huge part of that. So thank you for bringing that up.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any other comments or questions, so thank you to you and your team. You're doing excellent work, and we appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a great afternoon.
All right, we will now move to our library and Miss Sophie Bruno.
Chair, if I may, I think Sophie is going to do most of the presentation, but joining her today is Amy Bose, the new Director of Library Services. So this is her introduction to you today, and to her budget as well, since she just started earlier this week. In the same breath, I do want to thank Sophie for carrying the load for the last couple months as we got to this position, and for your support on the budget before you today.
Thanks, Daniel. That was most of what I was going to say. Hello. My name is Amy Bays. I'm the new Director of Library Services. I'm very pleased to be here with you today. Grateful for the opportunity and for the last 2 days of nonstop information from Sophie. This has been amazing. I am very excited about what the library has to show off our accomplishments. I'm excited about what we have planned and where we're going. Kelly Heikla and Sophie Bruno have been amazing in putting together the details to present today, and so I'm just very happy to sit here and listen and answer any questions I might be able to have, but most of them are going to come from Sophie. So take it away. I take all the questions no one can answer.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Landon, members of the board. Sophie Bruno, Assistant Director of Library Services, here to present the department's budget, highlight some of our accomplishments over the past year, and discuss upcoming priorities. Many thanks to Daniel and Barbara and your entire team for all of your support in preparing our budget. Much appreciated. Okay, library budget pretty straightforward. We have one cost center, 4 programs. Community services program includes staff support of our 7 independent Friends of the Library and Literacy Support Council stakeholder groups, the mouthful, as well as Library Advisory Board. Collection services really just encompasses our materials management division, which is how our books and materials are ordered, processed, and finally delivered to library shelves and into customers' hands. Library services program is really where our staff are engaging with community members and residents in library and introducing them and engaging them with library services, programming, information, and all of the sort of and sundry things you think of when you think of libraries. And then overhead is really just the cost not attributable directly to a specific division or location. Okay, my favorite part, it's my privilege to share a little bit about our accomplishments over the past year, starting with our Auburn Library renovation. We are so close, we're so close to the finish line with our nearly completed renovation of the Auburn Library that began in earnest back in December 2024. And I know our community, frankly all of us, are anxious to get back into the facility. We are so looking forward to opening those doors this summer and welcoming folks back in to get the first look at the beautifully updated and redesigned space. And like I said, we're so close to the finish line. This project was made possible, as a little recap, by a $4.9 million grant from the California State Library and matching $4.9 million from the county funds. And library customers, staff will be able to so greatly benefit from the improvements made to the building's accessibility, the installation of a of an elevator, entry to the courtyard on the southwest side of the building, new lighting, the improvements made to the accessibility and safety features, so fire suppression sprinklers we never had before, really just the overall improvement of the functionality of the space as a 21st century library. So complete upgrade to the building's public restrooms, which I don't want to overstate that, but it's important. The whole upgrade to the electrical panels, really to get us into the 21st century where our community and residents deserve. I would especially like to acknowledge General Services architect Jennifer Costa for her tireless work as the county's project manager for this project, this renovation, as well as Staff Services Manager Kelly Heikala, who's our project manager on the department side, who knows every inch of that facility, how to work all the angles to ensure that really our customers and our staff will be able to benefit from this soon to be, like I said, 21st century library facility. Okay, turning to a smaller renovation, but not certainly as needed at our Kings Beach Library facility, which is our smallest location at 1,300 square feet. Space is always at a premium, and facility upgrades were really needed to really support its safe and comfortable use. I am so delighted to share that community members, friends of the library members, staff are all so grateful for this remodel, and included the installation of a completely new and completely functional library service desk, which is also ergonomic, and our staff are able to use it and use it comfortably. And we replaced the rotted flooring, and really just we relocated the facility's telecom equipment, but really a more intuitive, customer-focused layout of the materials and the furniture that supports the use of a space where like every inch is at a premium, is really needed, every inch counts. And then finally, our last accomplishment that I wanted to highlight is the completion of our library services vehicle. We call it our Library on Wheels. Our mobile service team has a unique role, certainly in our department, if not the county. They are quite literally bringing the library with them on the road, serving and supporting the needs of quite a lot of disparate user groups and residents in our communities that otherwise wouldn't have easy access to library resources. So they're delivering service to senior communities, they're at outreach events, they are supporting schools that don't have their own libraries. They're in far-flung regions like Alta, Dutch Flat, Meadow Vista, Sheridan. They just completed their month-long tour of all of the library locations, try to get as many folks access to the Library on Wheels and what it is that team does. But if you didn't get a chance to see it in action, we're proud to have it present at our board chair's State of the County address next week, so you'll be able to see it then. Okay, looking ahead for library services, and starting with public service staffing, maintaining adequate staffing to keep the doors open for all open hours at all of our locations continues to be a high priority. In libraries, when staff unlock the doors to welcome customers in every day, regardless of the size of the facility, they really need to be ready for anything, for everything. And so we continue to refine our staffing structure. It continues to be a topic of conversation as we're trying to strike the right balance between having the right amount and the right level of staff resource that also allows for enough redundancy to be able to support customer demand. It's kind of a high wire act, it sometimes feels. And speaking of customer demand, we continue to see increased interest and use, specifically at our Rockland location. And as we anticipate, the high interest as the Auburn Library reopens, there's still some work to be done to ensure we've got enough staff to be able to support customers there. Let's see. Moving to library materials purchasing and processing. Last fall brought the sudden and unexpected closure of a library materials supplier called Baker & Taylor. At one time, this vendor supplied about 80% of the country's 125,000 libraries systems, their books and materials. So as you might imagine, that halted or upended our entire way that we select and process and ultimately deliver library materials to customers. We were very fortunate. We had some contracts in place with other vendors. We were able to eventually shift the majority of our ordering to our materials management division has been working overtime since October to, like I said, upend that entire process. Many of the ways that we order and process and deliver that used to be automated are now relying on staff labor. And so as we go into the next fiscal year, we anticipate some changes to how that work and what that looks like going forward. And then finally, 2026 promises to bring a whole bunch of growth and change to library services, including the need for strategic direction. Our last strategic plan ended in 2025, and so we look forward to engaging with stakeholders, with our community members, with partner organizations on developing, those new goalposts for how library service in Placer should look, how library service in Placer can best meet community needs. Performance measured. So county library work is really driven by customer use, with customer satisfaction for our services. Performance measures here really help tell that story. Not really a surprise that access to libraries and the ability to check out materials is of how residents can access libraries and what they can get there are really what drive their satisfaction and use. What may be a little bit surprising to some folks is that demand for electronic resources, including ebooks, downloadable audiobooks, continues to increase. Frankly, month over month, e-checkouts, digital checkouts rival physical checkouts in some of our busiest locations. We don't anticipate that is going to change. It'll continue to be in demand. Like many of our fellow departments, department expenditures largely attributable to salaries and benefits, about 64% total. Bulk of remaining expenditures are services and supplies for our library facilities to keep them running. Let's see, at $9.1 million, our county residents' property taxes fund the majority of library services, with an additional contribution from the county general fund. And then looking at revenue and expense comparisons, no major variance to report 23-24 to 24-25. Decrease in expenses from 24-25 to our adopted budget, really about the higher than expected county vacancy rate, and then the less supplies and operating costs as a cost associated with the temporary closure of the Auburn Library. And then increases for our submitted budget attributed to increases in salaries and benefits, increased operational costs, ISF, special department expenses. And then currently no changes to the library's 56 funded positions. And then before I turn it over to your board for questions, I really wanted to take a moment to share how unbelievably proud I am of our library services team and every single member of our team. They're dedicated, passionate. Each one of them is eager to contribute in whatever way they can to serving our community and our community members. Last year, we welcomed 260,000 visitors through library doors, and that number is indicative of the fact that public libraries really are an entry point for a community and what is important to a community, what residents want, what they need access to, who they trust to help them. And our libraries, your libraries, are reflective of all that Placer is, and they are amazing, vibrant, phenomenal places. Certainly when we welcome hundreds and hundreds of young families through our doors every single week, we see firsthand that libraries are also a window into what Placer's future is. And so I hope that You can be as proud as I am of your library team and their representation of Placer's values. We are a small but mighty department. Many of our staff are simultaneously wearing a lot of different hats. And I'd say there is seemingly a lot of invisible labor that goes into public library work, that goes into, say, the ability of a staff person to present a preschool story time to, 75 kids and their grown-ups. But I would say that I have the privilege and the honor to see and support every single person in this department, and every single one of them plays a role in that story time. Every single one of them plays a role in welcoming that 260,000th person through our doors. And so I'm so proud of them. I truly thank you all for your continued support of our libraries. It means so much. And I'm comfortable speaking for the community and saying that it means so much too. So thank you so much for your time. I'm more than happy to answer any questions, and if I can't, I'll ask Amy if she can answer.
All right, sounds good. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Sophie, for all of your hard work, and appreciate you sharing what a great job your team does. And welcome, Amy. Nice to meet you. A question for you about Sunday library hours. How is that going? I was skeptical, so how is that going?
It's going great. I mean, within the first Sunday, it was like we were always open on Sundays. The parking lot is regularly full. Right now, our numbers are a little bit skewed, right? Because our Auburn Library is, since we're at the FAB, we're only open Monday through Friday. And so when we go back to the Auburn Library, that will help kind of tell the story of what Sunday hours are, because it's only happening at the Rockland location right now.
So just Rockland, not
Yes.
Granite Bay?
Correct, yes.
And then it would be restored to Auburn?
Yes, when we reopen in the summer. Yep, you got it.
Yeah, it'd be great to see.
Yes.
It was a big step to do that. I think we're the only jurisdiction now that
Yes.
has Sundays. It would be also really interesting to see, especially because it's happening in Rockland, which is fairly central, how many non-Rockland residents come to that location.
Yeah.
Be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. We're so excited, and the community continually asks when the Auburn Library is going to be reopened, so thank you. We're very excited to see that reopen. And that was going to be my question was, as we look at the hours that we augmented Rockland with in order to try to make up for that difference, do you anticipate having additional hours that we're going to need? Or, you have adequate staff moving forward in these hours and in this budget that you have recommended to us?
Yeah, I think we're still doing some work on if we have the adequate staffing to be able to support additional, going back, because right now, like I said, in Auburn, we're only open Monday through Friday.
Right.
And so moving forward, and like I said, the increased use in Rockland, which can probably be attributed somewhat to the fact that folks can't get to the Auburn Library, so they're coming down the hill, as it were. But yeah, there's still some work to be done there. But I'd say the expectation really is that we reopen at 7-day-a-week service, and I hear the same. People are when are we? In fact, we were just there. We got to tour Amy and look at the space.
Oh, good. I would love a tour when you have a chance.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Yes, we'd love to show off.
Well, I do think, like we're hearing from other departments, tracking and data collection is really going to help us make those important decisions. And I echo Supervisor Gore in that is, like, let's know where they're from and who's using it so we can best address their needs.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. What's convenient for necessarily our staff isn't necessarily convenient for those who are working to get by the libraries, for instance. So,
absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor DiMattei.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sophie. Welcome, Amy. I do hear it a lot that we are there, the residents of Placer County. I don't know if they're all from Rockland who go there, but I do get a lot of feedback from City Council and other members of Rockland that they're very happy that the library is open on Sunday, and I have driven by there more than one time and had meetings on a Sunday, and I am shockingly surprised on how full it is on Sunday to even try to find a parking spot. Even, you know, on hot days when we have it open for, you know, people to come in that don't have the conveniences of air conditioning in their house. So, you know, kudos to you guys for making that happen.
We appreciate the board's support in helping make that happen, for sure.
Supervisor Jones.
And I want to add a big thank you to for the Granite Bay Library, and the Friends of the Granite Bay Library are very active, and I think they really enjoy working with you and your team as well. But they're always so excited when they have gathered and earned all that collected money and give that big check to the library. But thank you for all you do for them. And
oh, absolutely. They're a really embedded and generative group, so we're lucky to have their support.
yeah, and for the Granite Bay community. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions or comments, so I will just say thank you so much. We really appreciate the work that you do, and welcome, Amy. We're excited to have you on board and kind of get to learn your vision and hear what you are looking forward to doing with the future of libraries. So,
Me too. Let's meet. I'm looking forward to it.
all right, thank you very much. We will move to our last presentation for today, HHS, with Dr. Rob and his team. It's not on.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Chair Landon. Oh, I got a clicker too. Thank you, Chair Landon, and members of the board. Rob Oldham, your health officer and director of Health and Human Services, and thanks to our library team for ending right on time. So I'm here today actually with Denise Medlin, who's our HHS Revenue and Budgets manager, but also behind me here have we took over the whole role. Raul Martinez, our assistant director for Health and Human Services. We have Josh Geisen, admin and fiscal operations manager within HHS admin, and Alexis Madera, our staff services manager. I think I also saw Melissa O'Neill, our management analyst from the CEO's office, come in. Not with us today, unfortunately. Vicki Grenier is our director of administrative services. Unfortunately, she's in Southern California today. Her father-in-law passed away, so I wanted to share that sad news. Also, not with us today, who's also off, is Nancy Baggett, our assistant director of admin, for a much happier reason. She has a grandchild being born today, so yeah. But just want to acknowledge really the whole team here within HHS admin for their help in preparing this budget, but also each of our other 5 divisions and all the staff, but the county, the CEO budget, all the CEO's office, including our own analyst and deputy CEO, Jeff Merriman, but also the CEO budget office, and for all of their help and support. And then really just acknowledging all of our HHS staff and all the partners. I see, speaking of Gary McDonald from Stand Up Placer back here, and Veronica Blake from Placer Community Foundation, just kind of who are been longtime HHS partners in the community, but just representing our Placer Collaborative Network and all the other partners who help us get the work done and support our mission of really helping to support and build a healthier community together. A couple of just make sure my clicker is working here. There we go. Just I guess reminders on our HHS budget structure. We are made up of 2 funds consisting of 11 cost centers. It says 10. I believe it's 11 when we include, Denise can check me on.
It's 10 without public.
Public authority, it makes it 11. And that they coordinate a broad range of programs designed to protect and enhance the well-being of all of our residents, including adults and children and families. Our services span from public health, behavioral health, social services, protective services, housing, environmental health, animal and veteran services, all delivered through collaboration with our partner agencies, as I mentioned, some of them represented here in the room today, but also really providing those services through innovative services models. Again, we're one of the first integrated health and human services departments in the state, and kind of continuing that tradition. our department really strives to ensure the safety of our community, access to essential resources, and supports optimal independence and quality of life for all of our community members. And I mentioned 50, here it says 57 programs just from a budget perspective. I think that's really important to think of when we talk about, when we get to how it's funded, that really a lot of our programs have their own scope of work. It's really more than 57 programs, but budgetarily they're consolidated, I guess, within those 57. So really a lot of the identity of HHS is at the program and division level, but just really appreciate, I've got a great job because we get to put it all together. By the way, I do have, we'll toot our own horn a little bit when we get to the accomplishments, but you know, some of you know I'm a father of 4, and it's like trying to tell me. I think the direction was give us you know, your top 3 to 5 accomplishments for the year. It's really tough when you have you know, 6 divisions and probably over 100 different programs. Like, tell us, what are your top 3 accomplishments from your 4 daughters this year? You know, it's a tough, so it's a tough assignment. Fortunately, we also, I believe all of you have this, our 2025 annual report. So thanks, I believe it was Supervisor Gustafson who encouraged us to toot our own horn a little bit more this year. And so many thanks to also in the room, our communications manager, Katie Combs-Pritchard, who helped put this together. So I won't unfortunately be able to hit on all of our accomplishments today, but we have a lot more of them here in the annual report, and have several copies if you need one. So speaking of our accomplishments, and I did a little bit of an accounting trick on the 3 to 5. We have 5 buckets of accomplishments this year, and maybe a little bit different than in previous years. I wanted to highlight on health coverage and access. I know I don't believe any of you were here when we were really talking about medical care, and we used to run our own medical clinics back when I first came to the county. Now, 12 years ago. So this is really, I think, highlighting the accomplishments in this area. I want to give kudos to Veronica and the Placer Community Foundation for helping us support this regional coordination work. We've created a Placer Collaborative Network has created a health planning group that's meeting, and actually just had its first meeting last month, and then have another meeting in June with the hospital CEOs, the health plan CEOs, the clinic CEOs, so really senior leadership for some of our safety net services, and really getting that group together and talking about how we can maintain coverage, access, and financial stability across the healthcare system. And then I just wanted to highlight, we have, the strengths. We've maintained one of the lowest uninsured rates in the state, so at 3.2%. So yeah, we have challenges ahead, which we'll talk about, but I think that's one of the strengths. And I say this really, HHS only being a partner in this, but we do have a responsibility to our community to encourage health coverage and access. On this other bucket we've talked more about over the last several years, because there have been a lot of opportunities here around permanent housing and behavioral health infrastructure. We just want to point out that we've now brought online 231 units of permanent supportive housing, assisting private operators and bringing those online, with 55 additional units expected to open in the next year here, just down the road a little bit in Bowman. We've strengthened behavioral health recovery supports by adding 16 new recovery residence beds co-located with existing permanent supportive housing site to improve service coordination and stability for our residents. And these enhancements have received statewide recognition, including multiple visits from senior leadership at the California Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency. So in the community health bucket, so I'm talking about health access and kind of health care, but also don't want to lose sight of really the work that we're doing for the entire community upstream, and trying to lead prevention efforts. Some novel ones we've done, other prevention and tobacco prevention, substance use prevention, but some novel prevention efforts that you don't see many places around the state. We've started targeting based on our community health assessment and community health improvement plan, identified some of the top drivers of mortality, morbidity here in Placer County, which include cancer, and so targeting cancer. We have a skin cancer prevention effort, Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, and really having a aging and cognition coalition that's meeting regularly and really doing a lot of active sharing with that group of resources between different groups within the community. We've also modernized in the last year environmental health regulations, including our septic system standards, to support responsible development, reduce construction costs, and maintain strong protections for community health. And then finally, in the fiscal and sustainability organizational excellence bucket, we have continued to secure external funding for about 85% of our budget. We prioritize our local funds for critical needs that have limited external funding, like animal services, veteran services, and homeless shelter solutions. And by the way, the homeless shelter solutions, that's just a note, that's something the contracts here at the Government Center in the last year have moved over to management by HHS, and those are almost exclusively funded through County General Fund. So that's something that we've taken on in the last year. And I think finally, but maybe most importantly, we appreciate the other department heads talking about workforce issues and successes and challenges. We have maintained a lean and high-performing workforce, achieving 96% staff fill rate, so it's a 4.0% vacancy rate, one of the lowest in the state when we talk to other HHS directors. And we've coordinated services through now 900 plus active contracts with our community partners. So again, kudos to the team for keeping those contracts together and continuing to monitoring the quality of our work, but also kudos to the community partners that we work with. All right, so moving on to emerging issues and priorities, and I mentioned this is the bucket where we're kind of highlighting some of the accomplishments here on health coverage and access. But I think it's also, this is one that really is rising to the fore of one of our big emerging issues and challenges. So we're likely going to see an increase in demand for indigent care services, which is a county obligation under a decades-old law, Section 17,000 of Welfare Institutions Code. And I know many of you are up to speed in hearing. I know there's a budget ask from CSAC, so we're monitoring the state budget. So we're not going to have those numbers ahead of approval of the county budget, but likely we'll be coming back to your board, one, with potential solutions for indigent care. I know your board signed a letter of interest with CMSP, the County Medical Services Program, and so we've been talking with them, and we'll be coming back to your board to give more information on, hopefully on some new revenues. So if the state is listening, yeah, it would be great to not have this all unfunded, but also on potential solutions. So yeah, historically, you see here the bullet, the challenges, the funding sources have been redirected. The resources, including our clinics and like the people we used to run our own indigent care, that's just really not a viable option for us anymore to stand that up, given those people are long gone. You know, most of them have retired, and we don't have our own clinics anymore. But we'll come back with your board with we're evaluating sustainability approaches, and we'll bring those back to the board. But yeah, I mentioned the low countywide uninsured rates currently, but we do anticipate that those are likely to more than double in the next few years. The work of this group, I mentioned the health plan, the PCN health planning group. One of the things that we're working together. Just had a meeting with the CEO of Partnership Health Plan earlier today, really talking about how can we help many people, as many people as possible maintain their coverage. So that's going to be critical work over the next year. As I mentioned, so in addition to indigent care, there will be impacts on the safety net. Rising demand for safety net services are anticipated. External funding uncertainty in some areas that may intensify with economic changes. Our fund balance strategy is helping. We do have maintained some fund balance, but that may not be enough to offset some of the future impacts given the policy changes. And then supporting our funded partners, being really critical. They've had the reduced availability of flexible prevention funding over the last few years, again, based on some policy changes with Prop 1. And so we're really trying to support our partners in adapting new funding models, connecting them with the managed care organizations who are willing to contract with them for many of the services that we used to contract with these CBOs for, and really strengthening those connections with our managed care organizations. So moving on to our performance measures, and so I said we on the accomplishments couldn't highlight all of our programs, but we'll have an opportunity here with the performance measures to give a shout out to a few more. I did mention, around permanent supportive housing, the real, significant accomplishments that we've had really over the last few years. But just want to, this is a really important, the first performance measure on the point-in-time count, which I thought would be released by now. We just communicating with our Homeless Resource Council of the Sierra and our local homelessness continuum of care, which runs the point-in-time count. It sounds like that will be later this week, so coming soon we'll have the official numbers, but looks like roughly 70 less people experiencing homelessness this year in the point-in-time count, so that would be roughly a 10% reduction this year. But just a reminder, we actually have been doing the point-in-time count. It's only required every other year, has been, but we've been doing it every year and have had sustainable flat or decrease for the last 5 or 6 years, I believe. So some good news there, where now it really looks like that we're looking at our rate of homelessness per 10,000 residents, given the population growth here in Placer. It looks like we're one of, if not the lowest rate of homelessness in the state. And so that's the second one, the rate of homelessness per 10,000, which we'll see where it is now, but likely might even be dipping below 15 with once we get the Department of Finance updated population numbers. On behavioral health, so behavioral health quality really matters. We can talk about the number of people served, and that bottom number, the mental health penetration rate, really speaks to of the people that we're supposed to that are eligible for services. So in Placer County, that's about 80,000 Medi-Cal members that are eligible for behavioral health services. Again, a reminder that we run the behavioral health carve-out plan, not for physical health. That's partnership in Kaiser, but for behavioral health, we don't run the behavioral health plan. And so for people who have serious behavioral health challenges, we're here to provide those services. And so the eligible people is about 80,000. And so that's the percentage of those who actually get a service in the past year. And so this is also above the state average here on penetration rate, but also very important for behavioral health is quality. So when we measure ourselves against standards set by the California Department of Healthcare Services, which tracks 6 key indicators, things like follow-up after a hospital or emergency room visit, and making sure folks stay on needed medications. Out of all counties, 8 scored higher than Placer, so we'd love to be number 1, but most of them scored lower. So we're in the upper tier of counties as far as quality performance, and we're continuing to push to do even better in that area. Just a few other performance measures. I haven't made it through this many slides and haven't talked too much about our youth. And so that's so much of what we do is serving youth and families. And so this performance measure, you see our children's system of care and all of its partners are really making progress despite some policy headwinds, right? So let's make it more challenging to find placements and other policy barriers, but more young people in our child welfare system who touch the juvenile justice system are finding stable permanent homes. And we're also seeing kids step down for higher levels of care, stabilize, and successfully complete services. On the human services side, our eligibility team is fully staffed and keeping up with the needs of about 80,000 Medi-Cal members, along with the folks applying for other safety net programs. So that 80,000 plus we have tens of thousands in other programs like CalFresh and CalWorks, et cetera. They're handling close to 1,000 applications a month, and most are getting processed in under 45 days, thanks to strong training, support, and clear performance expectations. I mean, this is important every year, right? We want to make sure that people get the benefits that they deserve. Think about, there's also a financial incentive for us as a county to keep people covered. I mentioned for our hospitals, everyone's in the same boat, that the more people that we can maintain their coverage for those who are eligible, it really is going to benefit us and keep down the cost, for instance, for indigent care. Finally, on performance measures, one that's near and dear to my heart as your health officer, kindergartners with required immunizations. You'll see most kindergartners across both public and private schools are up to date on the required immunizations, and that includes the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, where our rates are even higher than state benchmark. So for this last year, 96.1%. Gosh, that really paid off in the last few months. We had continue to have a measles outbreak, but fortunately have not seen any new cases over the last month, and haven't seen any evidence of spread in our public and private schools. So that's not what they're seeing in other communities with lower vaccination rates where they're having sustained outbreaks. So kudos to our immunization team and all the partners on that one. And then environmental health team is out there every day conducting routine food inspections, and they're exceeding their targets. They do a great job of leading with education to help our restaurants be successful. Having grown up in a small business, including a small restaurant, I know it's tough. It's a tough market, and so most of these are the people in restaurants. Really, they want to serve safe food and people have a positive experience. So that's our environmental health team. Really helps to work with our restaurants from an education perspective and make sure that the food served is safe. And then finally, we can't forget the animals. So animal services team really staying busy, responding to a wide range of calls, including, as you may have seen, zebras in Lincoln. So their response time about 20 minutes faster than the statewide benchmark. All right, so moving on to the expenditures. Here you can see our proposed expenditures and the different pieces of the pie. About 36% goes towards salaries and benefits, which I know I've been sitting through a few department presentations. That may be HHS is a little bit of an outlier there where it's not the majority of our budget. So we rely really heavily on contracted services. As I mentioned, our department manages around 900 individual contracts each year. On the salary and benefits, though, did want to point out that an increase of $7.9 million or 6%, largely driven by a 3% bargain salary increase, higher compensation benefits, and 15 newly funded position allocations, which are nearly or all supported by external revenue services. And then there was also an increase of in the professional services and special services bucket, increase of $21.5 million or 25%, including $7.5 million for development of supportive housing and related services for Home Key, and $3.6 million for building 117, the psychiatric health facility, which is under construction just down the road here. Really, that's going to be much needed. Again, when we talk with our hospital partners, every day there are people waiting in emergency departments for acute psychiatric beds, so very much needed. And again, will help us financially too, because we can actually get federal revenues for those beds as opposed to the ones that we buy externally where we don't get federal reimbursement. And then finally, an increase in $3.5 million for the homeless shelter contract transitioning from CEO over to HHS. And again, that's almost exclusively county general fund. So this next slide shows our proposed revenues. Some of what's labeled, you see that in the gray there, other financing sources, includes what I guess used to be considered intergovernmental funding, things like the Behavioral Health Services Act dollars. Apparently the accountants got together and decided that BHSA and some of the other things are now gray and not blue. But that gray also includes the general fund contribution for your board's consideration. And the general fund piece makes about 30% of that gray piece of pie. I guess that would be a big piece of pie. But as I mentioned, roughly 10% of our total revenues. And then, so yes, just as I remember, about 85% of HHS's budget is funded through state and federal dollars, with a smaller proportion coming from fees to help with cost recovery. And 85%, yeah. And then, so what is the general fund increases? Include $6.3 3%, or an increase in $6.3 million, or 14%, due to the $2.8 million reinstated from, and maybe Denise can say something about this, reinstated from our fiscal year 25-26 final budget adjustment, which was flat with fiscal year 24-25. And then again, I mentioned the $3.5 million for the homeless shelter contract transitioning to HHS. And then on realignment revenue, overall in HHS realignment, budget revenue increased $8.8 million, or 11.9%, to support increasing costs in realigned programs. And then we had an increase of $824,000, or 13%, from federal housing voucher revenue. Let's see, two more slides on the HHS operating funds, grants and funds are both our revenues and expenses. You can see them here side by side. And I guess the main takeaway here, yes, they both have gone up over the last few years, but that our revenues have kind of tracked with expenses. So yes, our expenses, as I mentioned before, are going up, but we're having kind of largely revenues matching those. On the expenses side, we are anticipating a $7.9 million increase in salaries and benefits, $2.8 million increase in penalties, fines, and forfeitures, $3.8 million increase in professional and special services for general, and then $21 million increase on the health for professional and special services that are health related. On the revenue side, $39 million decrease in state aid. Mental health is now being budgeted in operating transfers in. $4 million increase in state aid other programs, and $111 million increase in operating transfers in, which are partially offset with decreases in realignment and BHSA ledgers no longer in use. And then finally, $11 million increase in federal aid, the mental health Medi-Cal in the revenues bucket. Denise, anything? I'll pause here. And see if
So to describe that fund balance, when we started 25-26 and you approved the budget, the general fund contribution was at a set dollar amount. At final budget, we had some fund balance available, so they lowered our general fund contribution that year. So this year, they just reset it back to that original amount, and so that's what he was talking about with the $2 million.
Great, thanks, Denise. All right, well, and then the last slide here, just want to show, you can see here how our staffing levels have changed over the last few years. And we really appreciate the recent additions. They're helping us keep up with the growing demand. As a reminder, for HHS, we're the health department for the entire county, including the cities, that has seen, large population growth over the last few decades. Since 2010, the county's population has grown a little more than 1% a year, but the populations we serve, including like Medi-Cal, people with eligible for Medi-Cal, have grown much faster, closer to 8% annually. So even with that, when you look at staffing per 10,000 residents, we've stayed pretty flat, about 19 positions per 10,000 residents, both then and now. And that makes us, one of the leaner HHS departments among comparable counties, and likely across the state. I know we did some analysis back when we were doing the Getting Growth Right initiative to look at that. And so, which in tough times, being lean isn't the worst place to be, right? So we already have a lot of efficiencies within our team. Like and really proud of our team, the way they've been able to be efficient and still, we showed the performance metrics, still perform at a really high level. But small, I think we've had about 1.5%, less than 1.5% growth in the positions in the last year. I know not all departments are so fortunate, right, that also want to have new positions, but those have largely been funded, and just really appreciate your board and CEO's approval for smart growth in those areas to help us keep our head above water in some of these programs. And I think we'll see, for instance, as we look into the next year or two with these challenges, that might pay off in financially for us. So. So maybe with that, I'll just conclude and thank your board for your ongoing support for Health and Human Services. And it's a pleasure to work with this fabulous team, both the admin team who's working on our budget, but again, all of our 800 plus staff, and then the partners. That's maybe the difference is we rely really heavily upon the partners at community-based organizations who provide services to sometimes some of the most vulnerable people in our community and animals. So with that, Denise and I are here to answer any questions you may have. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Dr. Rob? Supervisor DiMatteo?
No, thanks, you guys. Just remembering last year when I sat on the first 5 committee, and it kind of reminded me when you said the kindergartners, there was a huge demand for parents to get their kids to the dentist so they had healthy teeth. How is that? What are you guys doing there? How has that been accomplished in, say, the last year since I've sat there?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor DiMatteo. Yes, that is one of our programs, an oral health prevention program that used to be funded through First 5. I think we've been able to get other state revenues so that First 5 could, by the way, First 5 Commission, just a shout out to them, they have dwindling revenues, as you know, right? But for a good reason, they were relying upon tobacco revenues, and there are less people smoking now. So that's a good thing for health, but it's a bad thing for the bank account, right? for First 5. And so they've really had to focus on different areas. And so that's one where I think we were able to leverage some other state dollars to do oral health prevention. We do have an oral health coalition that meets. I know that, again, similar to what the health planning group that I mentioned, that the Placer Collaborative Network is and PCF is helping to lead a coalition linking kind of these safety net providers, but also the schools. I know that's a critical point, and that's not new work. In fact, we're right down the hall from the Ruth Burgess room. That was, if some of you knew Ruth, that was her passion, was really having school-based screening for oral health. And so that we're continuing that work and trying to continue Ruth's legacy here. So, but yes, we can get you more information. Unfortunately, I don't have the data on the oral health prevention, but hopefully, I bet Mike Romero is listening right now, and he's probably scrambling. Maybe he's even texting me that data, so we'll get that to you. But yeah, it's a great program.
Okay, any other questions? Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, and I appreciate you trying to tout your horn a little bit more. This is such a significant accomplishment when I look at where we're at on housing, especially our homeless point-in-time counts. And I know people debate these, but we're trying to do our very best to keep these numbers down. What role has the permanent supportive housing played in that, do you think? I mean, what do you attribute those low numbers to? And there's a variety of factors, including permanent supportive housing.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. I do, and I recognize, so some of these things haven't been popular over the years. I think about other boards that have made decisions that in the moment might have been kind of controversial, but permanent supportive housing is one that I think now the controversy has died down a little bit. People see the results on these things, that there's not really concerns that it's going to. I live not too far from the Sunrose down in Roseville, and it's enhancing the community, the experience, but certainly for the lives of the people we serve. As a psychiatrist, I'm barely seeing clients anymore, but certainly that was my experience in working with people with serious mental illness or substance use disorders or other kind of chronic health conditions, that they really needed not just housing but some supports built in. And so kudos to, I know, Amy Ellis and her team providing, really being visionary and seeing that's what we need more of, and having, like I mentioned previously, the recovery residents built in to the Sunrose, right? That idea, which can be controversial. Like sometimes people think, well, that's deviates from just providing people housing. But I think we've been here in Placer have a long tradition of saying, yeah, let's also think about the other supports to help people to be successful in the housing, and not just give them housing without the other thing kind of setting them up up to fail. And so, yeah, when I talk to the experts, Jamie Gallagher and the people in the field who really know this and say, what do we need more of? This was back even when we were doing the whole person care pilot, right? I listen to the people who are in the field every day working with, some really hard to serve folks. And we had some great success stories with permanent supportive housing of being able to get folks who were in our emergency departments. I mean, we think about even the challenges when we meet with this, the health planning work group, the hospital CEOs. This is a top issue for them. I mean, if anyone has been to we have some of the busiest emergency departments in the state here in Placer County, and especially down in Roseville. And so having people either waiting for behavioral health beds or people experiencing homelessness who are coming in to the emergency department because they can't get served other places, it really ties up other resources. It's probably even more, permanent supportive housing is costly, right? I shared some of what we're investing, and your board is investing in this. Fortunately, we have Home Key and other state dollars, right, that are helping make this more sustainable. But yeah, we don't know what percentage of the how much of our success we can attribute to permanent supportive housing, but when we talk to both clients and to the people who are serving them in the trenches, I think it's really critical.
Great. Well, I'm glad to know that I know the communities have struggled with acceptance in some situations or concerns, and it seems like we've addressed those, and we're looking forward to the Bowman, the Motel 6, what is it, Super 8?
It was a Super 8, yeah.
It was a Super 8,
yeah.
sorry. And getting that opened and operating and trying to help relieve that pressure that we have on the mobile temporary shelter and the emergency shelter. So thank you very much, and great results. I'm sure there's more we could dive into, because this is to give you this amount of time to cover all these.
There is. It's in here, so if anyone needs this, we have more results in here. Yeah.
Because there's so much you're doing out in the field, so thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gore?
Thank you, Dr. Rob. Thank you to you and your team. As I look at all the numbers, I'm just reminded these are the people that we're serving, right? They're not just numbers, but we have so many residents that your team is supporting and serving, so I want to say thank you. And then as I think about the cuts, the funding cuts that are coming to us, we are so fortunate that we have nonprofit organizations that are providing our community clinics. We don't have our own county-run hospitals or county clinics, but we rely on our nonprofits, WellSpace, Chap-a-Day, others that are actually providing our healthcare, and of course, our medical facilities, our partners at Sutter, Kaiser. We're so fortunate, but that's the challenges those are the folks that are going to really experience the lack of funding. So I know I'm grateful to them. I'm grateful that you all work together. And how do you anticipate it affecting our local budget? I think you said we can absorb things right now. Yeah. It sounds like. What do you anticipate in the future as far as reductions to services or what we may or may not be able to do in the future?
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor Gore. I believe it was at the last quarterly budget update, Supervisor Landon, I believe, asked me, like, what's this going to cost, especially on the indigent care, but, what's it going to cost as far as other programs as well? And unfortunately, I still don't quite, I think we have a better idea of what the fiscal impacts may be. Again, a lot of that does depend on us, not just us in Placer County, but government, but all the different partners, right? Helping people keep their coverage is probably the biggest thing that we can do. But yeah, health care is expensive. Is actually, when we provided, when we had our own clinics, when we last had significant numbers of people receiving indigent care from the county, since then, health costs have probably tripled, right? And so it's not going to be inexpensive, and that's why we really need state revenues. As far as I know other counties are seeing layoffs or freezes right now. I mentioned we're fully staffed in human services. We could probably use a little bit more staffing there. We're kind of thinking about, but with efficiencies, with other technologies, of how can we get more out of the staff that we have right now. So we're at this point not anticipating cuts. We think that we'd like to see some more funding to expand, so we could bring in more eligibility staff, et cetera. There is the possibility in the behavioral health side, right, where as people lose their coverage, that our revenues, we actually had really strong Medi-Cal revenues the last few years, higher than anticipated Medi-Cal revenues. So kudos to our systems of care for really, and admin for figuring out, billing and maximizing those Medi-Cal revenues. But if people lose coverage, that could, those could wane a little bit. But yeah, as far as giving you an exact number, I'm not really sure that, but likely the biggest risk area, the one I'm, it's like what keeps you up at night, is the indigent care. Health costs are expensive. We're talking certainly thousands of dollars per year per person covered, and then it could be large numbers of people uninsured, and the county, if the county has responsibility for all those people, then yeah, we have to figure out how to pay for that. That could result in service reductions, or I mentioned, unfortunately, we do have some fund balance that could help lessen the blow.
Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Jones.
Yes, thank you for that report. That was really great. You have done impressive work in, as you pointed out, maintaining low uninsured rates and expanded access to primary care, prioritizing vulnerable populations in spite of federal budget cuts and such. I think you're doing a great job. And thank you for the permanent supportive housing in my district,
You're welcome.
I think it's amazing. I think it's turned out to be quite beneficial and a good thing. Can't wait for the Super 8 either. Yeah. Believe me, we're all kind of looking for old hotels, the old rundown hotels. We might be able to find more permanent supportive housing, especially in light of the fact that TGI and their permanent shelter, they have people that are ready for permanent supportive housing, So, and I wanted to ask you again about your prevention efforts in targeting these diseases. Didn't you have in Alzheimer's a kind of an interactive?
Yeah, the virtual dementia, I believe that's what it's called. Again, Mike can text me if I'm getting it wrong,
Okay.
or others on the team. But yes, I got to do that just down the hall here, where you experience what it would be like to have some different cognitive, visual impairments, other things. And yeah, I would really encourage anyone who's interested to do that. For me, it really it's humbling, right, to go through, and then the socially, because we had other people, our staff in the room, and it can be very disorienting, and so it makes you help me to have empathy for. I know I had family members who've experienced dementia, but really empathy of what it's like to literally walk in those shoes, including they put these really uncomfortable shoes on you too. So yeah.
Right. Is it ongoing? Do you offer that?
Yes, we can. We have it deployed. We have it scheduled. I know it was scheduled here several months ago, so we can get Supervisor Jones get you the schedule for the next time we're doing that.
I'm kind of wondering if you can. Is there any way you can bring that or something like that to the Plaster Protect? For the seniors.
Maybe so. I'll check.
Because
on
I do
that,
know. I've known in the past a couple, and she had Alzheimer's, and the husband tried, he did his best in taking care of her up till the very end, put her in the home at the very, very last minute.
Yeah.
But it's really hard on those people that don't understand it, and they tend to be kind of rude to their spouse, just tell them to shut up or, be quiet, sit down, that kind of a thing. And I think it's really a good thing to get people in touch with what it really means, what it is, and how to react to that.
Yes, thanks, Supervisor Jones. So we'll look into that. I know at the Placer Protect, because I did it here, right, in a small room. It really needs to be a private place to get the full experience. But we'll think about that, of kind of deploying that into the community.
You can't teach it like in a classroom setting.
Yeah, well, maybe there's other things. So, but I appreciate the question, and yeah, I think this is, Placer is we're a little older than the state average, and so this idea we've created. You'll see in the annual report more about our interdisciplinary collaboration groups, and so one is around age aging and really across different programs and even different divisions and even with other departments like, the district attorney's office doing so much on, aging. And so, yeah, we'll think about how we can do sort of like I know others talked about the opioids and the outreach, but this is on aging. I think we can do more outreach and helping people to understand the challenges, and we also have a lot of strengths here. So thanks for bringing that
Yeah, I
up.
could use it in areas of my community.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, appreciate it.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions, so thank you so much to you and your team for being here. We really appreciate the wide depth and breadth of programs that you have to administer and just the number of services that you provide to our residents, which are so critical. I would love one of those reports, by the way.
Yes, we all would.
So with that, I will now open up public comment. So if there's anyone here in the room who would like to make a public comment on any items from today, now is the time to do so.
You're not the only one. Gary McDonald, Executive Director of Stand Up Placer. I'd first like to acknowledge the good work you're doing, the Board of Supervisors, CEO Daniel Chatney, staff and department heads, Dr. Rob and his team. I'd also like to acknowledge a Stand Up Placer board member in the audience, Justin Wright. You may know him, Senior Manager of Financial Performance and Analytics at Kaiser. So he's on our Board of Directors. On Sunday, April 19th, Stand Up Placer staff responded to 2 incidences of strangulation, 1 sexual assault of a young child, and a domestic violence incident where a woman in her 20s was left for dead in a field. Roseville PD, responding to another incident, heard her cries for help and assisted her. She was bruised from head to toe. In the same day, we conducted an emergency safe house admit. A young woman had been sex trafficked and was badly beaten by her boyfriend twice her age. These incidents and more occurred on an average Sunday and is indicative of the escalating violence and increased need for Stand Up Placer services as detailed in the report I presented to you a couple weeks ago. You may recall it. Last year, you helped resuscitate Stand Up Placer by awarding us a significant ARPA grant. With ARPA funding, we transformed the organization. Within 1 year, we increased our efficiency by 25%, as reported in our 990 tax return. Even though we have made major operational changes within the organization, we're still running at a deficit, mostly due to flat or reduced state funding, rising safe house expenses, and skyrocketing incidents of sexual assaults and domestic violence. You may recall the DA said there was 1 sexual assault per day. Yes, we respond alongside with law enforcement for DVRTs and SARTs, domestic violence emergency response teams and sexual assault response teams. That particular Sunday, we spent all day at the hospital going from one victim to another victim to another victim. When Laney from the DA's office called us, we were already at the hospital for another person who had been victimized. We also work with law enforcement in sting operations to immediately assist victims of sex trafficking. Last year, we served over 15,000 Placer County residents with over 60,000 services. For Stand Up Placer to remain a viable organization and attempt to meet the growing need for our services, I am requesting annual funding in the amount of $500,000. Without this funding, I may need to make substantial cuts to staff and the services we provide during a time when violence against women and children, and at times men, is dramatically escalating. I respectfully request this funding, understanding that this would be money well spent on Placer County residents who have suffered unimaginable trauma. Thank you for your time, attention, and consideration to this important matter.
Thank you, Gary.
Veronica Blake, CEO at Placer Community Foundation. I'm just going to backstep what Dr. Rob said. We love our partnership with Health and Human Services, and we're all so lucky in this community that they work for us and that they really care deeply for our community. We've explored all sorts of partnerships that's even it's spanned past this group of folks that we're working with. We've been working with them for 20 years. It's incredible what they do. So I'm really proud of the home key work they did and that they bragged about and that are in your district. But I'd like to see that we just continue to expand that and that we provide support to these guys so they can continue to go after the grant dollars that are available to get housing for our most vulnerable residents. And then I don't know that it fits right here, but I'll say it anyway. The Housing Authority is one of your underutilized tools, and I know that that currently sits somewhat in the Health and Human Services umbrella, and we'd love to see you put some budget dollars towards expanding those tools to meet the affordability needs of all of our residents. So thanks so much for letting me comment.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the room who would like to make a public comment? And is there anyone online?
No, Chair.
Okie dokie. Well, with that, unless any board members have anything else, anything burning that you really want to share? All right.
Sheriff's Office
then.
won today.
Sheriff's Office won. I don't know, Tristan seemed like he was...
I didn't hit the timer on Tristan.
Okay. Okay.
So the Sheriff's Office
All right,
wins
well,
at
thank
6
you
minutes
all
under.
for being here. We'll go ahead and adjourn until our meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m.